Hi, good morning. We are going to kick off our budget session. I apologize. I am having problems with when I put the video on, it actually disrupts my connection. So I'm going to not have my video on for a little while until this straightens out. But meanwhile, Village Manager Tori, we're ready to hear the presentation to the public and the board about the 2022 budget.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm getting myself up too. But first off, we went through the presentation last night. It's essentially, I hate to say rollover budget because that indicates that it was an easy process. We went through everything very diligently. We are proposing things. I don't really think there's any surprises in the budget. Most of it's things we've been talking about, but the areas that the board can focus on obviously are the amount that we're transferring from fund balance, as well as how we budget and schedule the capital projects. I think those are the main areas. And then we had discussed also some staffing considerations and other things. As we go through with the departments, we can take you through very detailed those discussions. But I feel this year, this is my third year doing the budget, and I feel this year we've really had a lot of conversation during the year about all these elements. So hopefully we're all very well prepared to take on these discussions and plan for a good and effective budget for next year. I think the main takeaway is that operations, we're holding pretty steady, but we're making a lot of ground on capital projects, some that were discussed years ago and for various reasons haven't moved forward, but we're moving forward on them. And I think that's really a testament to the hard work that the board's done for making sure that we're on track. And I think the other thing that's been exceptional over this last year is honing our ability to communicate publicly and getting good feedback from the public about our outreach efforts. That's always a good thing. I think there's lots of room for improvement, particularly with our Spanish-speaking population. But it's encouraging to see that there's a good trend that when we do these meetings throughout the year, that we're getting more and more people who haven't been involved before, new residents, some older residents. So kudos to the board. I know that you put in a lot of effort as well, and we really appreciate the time and the due diligence that the board puts in as well.
Okay, so you're on, right?
Right. So let's, anyway, I'm sorry. You caught me a moment of.
No, well, why were you expecting a big speech from me? It's almost like a work session. I mean, just for people who see this, this is not designed to be this super formal presentation. It's formal in the sense that it's like if you put in a loose leaf binder, it's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches thick. But this is like a work session. We come, we go, we ask questions, we tell a few jokes. I do a little tap dancing while the village manager finds her way. But it's a conversation because the board really, yes, we've been involved as we are supposed to be all year round, but now we're looking at next year. I looked at this very late last night. I received it late, so I may have been a little bit, my brain may not have been on all cylinders, but I do have some macro questions as we go through them. And I'm done tap dancing. Did you find your spot?
Yeah, I did. So first, let's go, and I'm going to engage my partner in crime here, our treasurer. First off, we're going to go through the tax cap and analysis. So Dale, do you want to share that?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Great to see you again. Okay. So for the tax cap this year, as Karen had,
I did but I'm still in this.
Somebody needs to mute because I don't know who it is, but somebody's having a phone conversation in the middle of the meeting.
We were trying to get Liz Nakari on. She's on now, so thank you.
Okay, sorry. Great, thanks.
Okay, so technical issues. Hopefully that's it for the day.
Can I butt in? What are we looking at right now? I want to make sure I have what we're looking at.
So right now, it's really just an overall review. Of,
Okay, all right, so we're not looking at a particular spreadsheet.
I could instruct you to look at the last page, last 2 pages of the budget, if you'd like to see what I'm speaking of.
Okay.
When we are developing our budget, which the process actually starts in August, we will receive what is determined to be our growth factor for the year. Usually comes first, and then our tax cap allotted amount for the year. So this year we are at 2% in full, because it's either 2% or the lesser of CPI. So we are at a full 2% this year. I believe last year we were at 2%. I believe the year before that, for 2020, we were at 1.56. So that being said, the tax cap calculation essentially takes our last year tax levy amount. It adds the growth factor, which this year was 0.0002. Not much, but at least it is something, because for the 2021 tax levy, we did not have any growth rate adjustment. We were actually at 0. Then we go on to add our pilots receivable. Those are the pilots we received for 2021. As you know, and we'll cover when we go through the budget, we now currently have 4 pilots that are out there, 1 for the Pines, 1 for Snowden, 1 for Maple, and 1 for Harbor Square. This will be the last year for the Harbor Square. The residential side, the commercial side has another 2 years. So I would like to speak with Fernando on how that projects out going forward, because that's going to change the calculation. So those pilots receivable comes in. The tax levy of 2% is calculated on all of those items, and then we have to deduct the pilot's receivable for 2022 that we anticipate coming in. So when a pilot amount—
Dale, excuse
Yes.
me just for interrupting.
Sure.
Karen, do me a favor. Some of the questions, I don't think we can wait till the end to ask questions, because it'll be all day. Some of the things, if I could just sort of say, let's have a protocol in place that say, can we whiteboard this or blackboard? It doesn't really matter, whatever. In other words, instead of going back and forth questions and answers, can we just put a few things on a virtual board somewhere that we can, if they get answered in this part of the presentation or as we go forward, great. If not, we'll at least have the questions. I can do it in the chat, but I just think it's easier for others to hear it, so we're not all having chat conversations on the side, okay? So I'm just going to ask this question to be put on a board somewhere. Number 1, what the exact CPI is for Westchester County, and you don't need to answer, Dale. I just want to put it on the board to get to it, even be done in writing later. It's more clarity for me. And the number 2 is a reminder that regardless of residential and commercial, part of the pilot is the taking care of the park by Ginsburg. And I want to know when that ends, and when it ends, what happens then. So I just want that put down somewhere for other conversations.
Great,
Thanks.
great. And the
Thank you,
park
Dale.
conversation we will have, that's really in anticipation of next year, because there will be implications for the 2020
Right.
budget. Okay.
Right. So again, I just think as a protocol for the meeting, if we could just ask some questions and then it could be put on a board, a virtual board, and you might even be able to answer it, by tomorrow in writing to all of us, or it might just be a conversation depending on where we go with it. So I appreciate it.
Right.
So go ahead, Dale.
No, great, fantastic. And just as a point of reference, because some of our IMAs between the town and the village are based on CPI. We use an August to August CPI amount, and for the 2022 budget year, the CPI amount we're using from August of 2020 to August of 2021 was 3.7%. So it's going to depend on, which rate in time that is used. Because I think for the tax cap, if memory serves me, I believe it's a July to July. So I'd have to go look that up on the site. But just as a point of reference, for August to August, it was 3.7. So at the point that we then take into account our pilot's receivable that we are budgeting for in the 2022 budget, that gives us our allowable total tax levy addition amount that we can add to the prior year's tax levy. Additionally, this year, as discussed, we had a carryover amount of $170,364. This amount was the amount that we were actually under the tax cap for the 2021 budget. We are allowed to carry over 1.5% of the prior year levy amount into the following year. So that was always sometimes a question in the past, if we are doing budget reductions, what is our allowable carryover to the following year. So with that calculation, our allowable carryover amount would be $355,968. So our total tax cap levy amount that we could use is $23,901 and $901,561. Sorry, a couple commas in there. We're proposing a tentative budget tax levy amount of $23,885,504, which is $16,057 under the tax cap amount. So we are at a point that we do not need to override the tax cap, which is what we definitely strive for and have done for many, many years, stayed under the tax cap. So if we go and we look at our warrant amount and how that plays out against our average residential assessment, which our assessor Fernando so kindly gave us at $351,164, a village tax bill for the current year on the average would be $3,702.06. With a projected tax rate increase of 0.5624. Any questions at this point?
What was it against last year?
Last year's average residential assessment was actually lower. It was $343,109. And using last year's rate, the average bill was $3,596.92. So a little bit higher, about $100, but of course the average residential assessment increased as well.
And what was the tax rate? What was, so it's just trying to do the percentage.
Last year's tax rate, we actually had a tax rate reduction, was $10.4833 per thousand. And so this year's projected recommended budget tax rate is $10.5423 per thousand. So that's a difference of about 6 cents.
Okay.
Per thousand.
Right.
Yep. And so as we're going through the budget, you'll see between all the departments, our appropriations amount is $39,713,399. Our estimated revenue outside of fund balance and the tax levy is $15,079,059. We are using our usual amount that we offset the tax rate of $650,000 from fund balance. And we have a few one-time use items totaling $98,836. And these will be noted in the budget as we go along. And there is also a separate schedule in the tentative budget, highlighting those items. Some of them are for an equipment trailer for parks, a mower for parks, the ballistic vest for the police department, the Axon interview system. We have initiatives for the landlord registration, but that amount actually was reduced, and we'll talk about that as we go through the budget. Grant assistance, additional, and additional training. So at the end of the day, our tax levy increase ends up being 2.49% over last year's levy amount. The water fund, we are proposing a 5% rate increase for both the water and the sewer rates. This will keep us in line as we move forward, especially with the new water treatment plant, hopefully gearing up to get on board. If we do our first borrow in estimate, let's say June or July of next year for the phases of the plant, our first bond payment would not be due until the 2023 budget. We do have a few capital items you'll see as we go through the budget for new water meters and transmission system. And I believe they also have a tank painting project on that schedule as well. The Section 8 tentative budget, we are doing definitely well. We are receiving more admin costs, which is helping to close the gap. So where in prior years we had higher amounts transferred from the general fund to Section 8 to cover balances. As we go through that department, you'll see that the expenditure line and the revenues line side on the Section 8 end of the sheet has been reduced for the last 3 years, I believe. So that's definitely a 99.9% federally funded program, and it's a great thing for our community. Sorry, I'm just clicking around. So when we didn't really talk about assessments, we will definitely when Fernando comes for his meeting later. He also had some schedules that are included in the detailed items I emailed last night. When we had our adopted budget for 2021, we're actually using an assessment value from the year prior. So it was actually based on the 2020 assessments. So our assessment value at that point in time was $2,223,109,990. We are currently at $2,266,692,013. That's a increase of $43,582,023. I do build in a slight reduction as we're in the tentative phase to the assessment value because it's a moving schedule at any given point till I lock the assessor's office down to say, please don't change any numbers so that we can finalize the adopted budget and have that tax rate be the rate on our village tax bills that go out in December. So this number might change slightly. depending on what happens, usually I'm pretty on target for estimating, and we're usually have a little bit more of a reduction in the tax rate, but that is yet to be seen. Currently, our assessment increase from 2021's budget to 2022's budget is at 1.92%.
Dale, it might be helpful because I know it's a little challenging to sort of follow this like, so if you could just like help direct where the board should be looking, because one of the things I think that's complicated about the way the budget's laid out is you're constantly sort of maneuvering back and forth, and we've also sent you some supplemental information. So I think just guiding through the process for everybody would be helpful.
Yes, no, thank you. Good tip. So that would be located in section 3, page 4. So that's your general fund summary sheet. And so that lays out the budget in a upper level view from 2019 through the tentative budget for 2022. So you can see all the prior year tax rates, assessment values that were used, appropriations, fund balance that was budgeted, and rate increases or decreases. We have had one of those. So there you go.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
I'm not sure if anybody else, but I do have some questions now. Thank you.
Oh, I was I'm just not saying anything, but go ahead, Manny.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Bill, while you were talking, I was actually comparing the 2021 budget, the one that was adopted, sure, and just trying to follow up with the summary tentative budget that we have on page 7 of the PDF, page 16, I guess, of our budget. So general, and I can wait to talk to Fernando because a lot of that is going to fall under that end. But anyway, so the general fund, we know you talked about the increase. So if I was to compare that to the general fund in 2021, we're talking about an overage of about $1,437,515 and 515 overage. So that's sort of the average that has increased. So on that one of the things that we did last year, and I guess that's something that the board I would like to keep that in mind. The one-time appropriation funds that we are doing right now, which is $98,000. Last year, we did an appropriation of $396,000. So, again, this is just the first day of the budget. So just keep that in mind as a perspective. At some point, I would like to, I think I know the answer, but I would like you to confirm this at some point, Del, and probably everybody else in here, is the water fund. The water fund last year was $11 million. This year is $10 million. Well, close to 11 million. It's a little bit less. It's not that much of a difference. It's $10 million, 987. Last year was 11,188. So it's not that much of a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to understand. I know the answer. I think I know the answer, but I would like to understand a little bit more into that one. So I guess, and everything else seems to be okay in a way, sure, except for, we have a big difference, not a big difference. The total budget from last year to this year, the difference is $1,337,000 in a way. So that portion, I think I understand, because a lot has to do with, the assessed value of the properties and everything else. One thing that I do want to ask you, and I guess we can go into more details when we talk about the water fund. Refresh my memory, probably Karen, we usually do 5% increase on the water fund. Now, I know we have, we did an agreement between the schools, the town. Is that, are we gonna go into the details when we talked about the waterfront in regards to that? And how does that, I don't want to say affect, but how is that gonna be modified, sure?
I think for this year, we're going to hold at 5%. The one thing that was very important in the discussions with the school board is the concerns about, sort of, on the one hand, exempting the property, which then has the most positive benefit for the village residents, lowest income village residents. But then if we were to change the rates in an abrupt way, that would mitigate those or perhaps raise the rates for village residents. That was a real concern of the school board for this year, because we do have the new plant coming on. We want to keep the rate steady. I think that as we talk to the town, we're going to have to really, there's a lot of moving parts with the town too, in terms of new water main potentially on North State Road and other costs that they'll be incurring mostly in the town through the waterfront. So I think that's really and I've talked to the supervisor about that. That's, one of the things as we exempted the water properties, it was very clear that the Board of Education was very, very concerned about, then equalizing the rates. So we have to be very careful about that. We really have to look at it in context holistically with everything that's going to be going on in the water fund. I think that's got to be a separate conversation, but for 2022, we don't anticipate any changes.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. Again, and yes, correct, because, the school budgets are a little bit different. They're going to be voting, I think, the first quarter of next year.
Right.
So that's something that we have to keep in mind, that how does that agreement, because they only did a 1-year agreement, my recollection was, they only agreed until literally just to see how that works. But, if that changes, which I hope it will not change their thinking, it will affect our budget as well. And
Exactly.
it will throw all these conversations that we have and, I'll leave it off, for sex.
Our plan is to re-engage with the school board on this subject very first thing in 2022, so that we're not in that position. We are optimistic that this will be a permanent change.
Okay, I'm going to find my fingers crossed as well. But just so the board is aware, that's something that we have to keep in mind.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Dale. Appreciate that. Hi, Liz.
And also, as we go through the budget, you'll also see for the water fund, we still do have to pay the school for the second half tax payment that's due in January, because of how their warrant year goes to our warrant year. So we won't technically be fully exempt until the 2023 budget, if that holds steady.
That's a very good, I was going to ask you that, but I figure I'll ask that question on the water, but no, thanks, Dale. That's exactly, that was another question that I had. So I appreciate you answering that too. Thanks.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. And also part of that, calculation, is also, to keep the rate, steady, from year to year, as well as, consumption fluctuations that occur. So that also, comes into play as well, when you're budgeting dependent on usage. So we try to take that into account.
How did you do that? How did you calculate the usage?
We do have spreadsheets and schedules here of each billing. What becomes interesting for the water and sewer fund is because we bill residentially for every 3 months. So at the end of the year, we're technically 3 months, behind in billing for that current fiscal year, because of how it's structured. So as we go into January, February, and March, I develop an accrual based on the usage for that prior month, 3-month billing cycle for each residential zone, and calculate a number of days that are attributable to 2021 versus the number of days that are attributable to 2022. And then we journalize those amounts to make sure, you know, as best as we can, that we are correctly calculating and recognizing the revenue in the proper fiscal year.
Okay, so
It's not an exact science, but
no. So, you know, what's great is that you actually answered my question, and I asked the question incorrectly. So I now got the answer to the process, which I find actually really interesting, and it actually makes a lot of sense. So thank you. I guess the follow-up would be, what was it this year? Like, what is the trend and the rate of increase for water usage in the village of Ossining for 2022 over 2021?
If I pop in, because I actually entered that into the budget detail, but give me 1 second to go look that up. Okay. So within the detail, for village residents, the consumption estimate is 86,484,100. We bill per 100 cubic feet, so you would be cutting off the 2 zeros for that. For the town outside, our estimated consumption is 2,177,900. So basically, we base it on an October through September period for consumption in order to try to capture as close as we can for the average that would be based on that fiscal year that's getting calculated.
And what was it last year? I want to know the increase. I'm not the numbers. Are we gonna is there gonna be a 10% more consumption in the upcoming year? Is it 8% more? Is it 4% more? Is the trend been that every year it's 10% more and this is different? I mean, maybe we'll put that on the board, but that actually,
you know, I could do a consumption analysis from year to year. You know, it's obviously a lot of it's, you know, weather dependent. Also,
no, I think a lot of it is not weather dependent. I think a lot of it is population dependent, right? So are we budgeting for an increase in the population that we've had because the pandemic has caused more people to move in and out? Is it a neutral, or is it actually the way I'm reading in the media and the numbers I'm looking at, which that in the village there's been an increase in actual population. More people use more water. Maybe that's not the case. I'm just interested in understanding. You could virtual board this and get back to me on it. I'd like to understand the big picture, which is the where we see the population moving. And it's hard to do year to year, although with the pandemic, you know, last I looked, there was an increase in our population. Therefore, there's an increase in cost of services, more people, more needs for services. However, there's efficiencies also, right? So I'm just trying to understand what you all did in accounting for an increase in population, or if you believe there isn't one. Okay, so it's not some, it's a financial question based on demographics in a big picture way. And so I'd like to understand what the department did on estimating consumption based on humans.
let's see. Right. I can build a schedule out. I do have it in the detail on the general ledger also from the prior year, but that's not going to show on
No,
here.
or instead of you doing that, we can board this, and when the folks
Yep.
from the water department show up, they could tell us what they did, because they had to have given it to you.
Yeah, we can talk about that because there really are three components, whether actually it's a big one, if you have particularly a very hot, dry summer, population, but also one of the things that we've seen is that our people are working from home. So it's not even just increased population, it's the fact that people are home. So
Exactly.
they're using water all
Exactly.
day. So those are things that we've
Exactly.
talked to the water department about. Andy's keenly aware of those trends, so we can have a more robust discussion.
Exactly. This is what it's right. That's what I'd like to know
There's
is what
multiple
they might say
factors.
all in, it comes to an increase of 2.8% is what we calculated, that there's a greater usage for the following, as you stated, 3 reasons.
So
And here they are. This is our prediction.
Andy can also speak to the consumption usage at the plant and the number of days per, usually it's in warmer months that we're technically over capacity based on our current plant size. And that's the whole genesis for the improvements that we're anticipating at the water treatment plant. So we do have a lot of information on that.
Good.
And we can talk about
So
that
if you could
specifically.
just, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Dale, but you're looking at the accounting numbers, and I'm actually interested more in the macro sort of,
Right.
what do you guys think is going to happen based on your professional knowledge and the historical trend, the new trends, predictions, et cetera, et cetera. So that's great. So just if you could just virtual board this for me, and then we'll get back to it when Andy and Paul come in. Thank you, Dale.
Great, thanks.
Less work for you, Dale.
All right.
Also, and Dale, if it's helpful to screen share, that might be helpful too. So I don't know if that's.
Right. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. That is helpful.
Okay. Any more questions on water at this point, or we're okay till we hit the budget running floor? Sorry, I'm just making a note. Okay. And sewer follows along with the water fund, the consumption for the village residents transfers over to sewer because sewer is based on the same usage model. That's it for that.
Dale, do you want me to pop something on the screen? I'm happy to screen share if you tell me where to go.
No, I think I'm good.
Are you able to share?
Yeah, it gets a little dicey over here.
Do you want me to swing by to help you make sure you're on the correct screen? Because it does get confusing.
Yeah, no, I think, hang on.
Okay, just let me know. I'm happy to come over.
I'm gonna practice now.
Are we having technical difficulties?
I said that was gonna be the last one. All right, so hey, I think I got it.
Good job.
Sorry about that. So this was what I was speaking about before, and I'm sorry I did not share. my screen, but now I figured it out. So there you go. So when I was speaking about the tax cap calculation, the numbers are all up in here, which I think I'll include next year in the budget instead of, I printed out and included in the budget the online version. When we're developing the budget, we go on to the state controller's website and we fill out the tax cap form. The tax cap has to be submitted, the final submitted one before we adopt the budget. So December 2nd, 1st, before we officially adopt it that evening, I will go on in the afternoon and file the final tax cap. But right now it's sitting out there in a tentative mode till we go through all our processes and meetings and make sure the board has given the final approval and changes and all that good stuff. So down here you can see these were the pilot calculations for the current year. The pilot calculations, the pilot amount in itself is a set amount already within the agreements. How we get to the proportions of the pilot calculation is a percentage of the different entities' tax rates. So that's why we can budget at a certain amount, but it is also dependent on what each entity's final tax rate is at any given point and how that calculation occurs. Especially for the town, because they're adopting a budget in December, but their final pull of the assessment roll for the tax billing purposes won't be until March. So just as I do with the village for the town, I do build in an adjustment for the assessment value at that point to make sure that the tax rate comes in as close to possible, as to what occurs, when they go to do their billing. The school is also a large part, the biggest part of the pilot proportionate shares calculation. And their tax rate is also adjusted. So that's why these numbers, as we go through the revenues, you'll see we had budgeted for a certain amount, but we may receive lower or higher, dependent on how the final proportions calculated out. And this was the sheet I was referring to originally. Sorry about that, in section 3. And I know one of the questions that normally comes up is what amount would be needed to get to a 0% tax rate increase. So at this point, if the board wanted to reach that, we would have to either cut appropriations or add revenues of $133,570.
Can you say that again, please, Dale?
If the board would like to get to a 0% tax rate increase, so that would be to stay at the $10.4833 tax rate, we could either cut appropriations or add revenues of $133,570.
Okay, so could you put that on the virtual board as for me? You can put my name if we don't get the majority board to agree to it. That would be my preference. And that doesn't seem so hard to attain with 100,000 and a few pennies.
Right.
Okay. Noted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dale, just want to give you a time check. Police is at 10 o'clock, so we got about 15 minutes.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Dale, is that little plus sign your cursor on my Excel sheet? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. keep maneuvering my screen because either it's too small or too large. On my own, I have an old terminal. It's not you. It's on my end. And I have two screens. It just looks a little funky. So it's really helpful if you move your cursor when you're talking about something because it's actually makes it easier for me to follow you.
Oh, great.
So I appreciate
Okay.
that.
Noted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions or comments for Dale? I prefer to like just do what we're doing, which is put it, unless there's some real difference of opinion that needs or points of clarification, because I think Zoom is great, but when we all sat in a room, we were able to, the interaction actually is more natural than this. More questions can be asked, things like that. The advantage of here is that I don't have to flip through a loose leaf binder that's bigger than my arm. So there are pros and cons, but it's hard to look one page at a time, I do have to say, and I can't run ahead unless I'm trying to follow it differently. So pros and cons, but anybody have any questions?
Nothing for
Okay,
me right
pretty
now.
good numbers. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying nothing for me right now, man.
Okay, all right. There's no law, village manager says we can't be ahead of the agenda instead of behind.
Absolutely. That's
I'm sure we'll have questions later, but I think many of us have been through this before. So this is one of those years where we don't have to start always at the beginning, but thanks. Good. Let's keep going.
Okay. So as I had emailed separately so that it was outside of the budget packet. So I was hoping to make it a little easier, potentially. In the budget book, we have our 5-year capital budget plan, along with a tentative fee schedule that's proposed. That will
Okay, is that again, because the names that you guys named the PDF, since it only shows the first 3 or 4 words, it's like it all looks the same to me. So tell me, is that the last email that you sent?
That was the email I sent this morning, and so it contains the fleet list from Paul Fraioli that was requested.
What time did you send it again? I saw it. You've sent us so much stuff. I need to.
8:54. This was first thing this morning, 8:54. And
Okay,
on that email is the fleet
8:54.
list,
Got it.
the capital budget, and the fee schedule.
Village, fleet, capital, tentative, 22, fee schedule. So which are we looking at?
So this is the capital plan.
Okay, opening it up. And I can't read it because it's so tiny. Let me just enlarge. Okay, I'm talking to myself as I'm
Bill,
talking.
Bill, do you want me to bring it up on the screen?
Yeah, we'll put it up on the screen too.
Okay, I just opened it and I have
Hang
it online. I'm okay. I'm actually okay looking at my second screen. I don't know how other people are.
I think
because
it's
when
helpful
you
if we
share, I
keep it on the
can't do
screen.
anything else.
So you
What?
can't,
Is it up now?
yep.
Okay.
It is. It's just that you can only move it, not I. So, okay. I'm sort of talking as I'm doing stuff. Sorry. Having conversation with myself. All right, let's go.
So this is, we'll just do a quick overview, and we'll dive definitely much deeper as we go through with the departments and our separate meeting. So we have streets and sidewalks in here. We have an additional amount for 2022 for Spring Street paving. That's estimated at 500,000. The other 2 items are the normal annual amount that we have in the budget. We have a $3 million amount estimated for the Route 9.
Hold on. So we're gonna go, this one shouldn't be done quickly. Give me a minute here. Is this gonna be done in greater detail and this is an overview?
Yes,
Because I
this
don't
will
want to
be
be told
done
we're gonna
during,
do it in greater detail and not end up doing that.
all of these by department will be gone over in greater detail as we have
Okay.
those department
So if
discussions.
you could virtual board under this section, Spring Street. I want to know what that includes. Again, I don't need the conversation now. And I see what it says. I can read the
Okay.
English. I just want an explanation. I'd
Yep.
like to do a virtual board where this is, if we're doing the 5-way intersection or not. If not, what's the 3-year plan for that? Let me look at it. New York. Okay, got it. I'm trying to look at 3 things at once, like we all are, because I read this, not this, but I read some other stuff and I just had some general question. Okay, we're good on this. I mean, for me, I'm sorry if anybody else has any questions. And this is going to be discussed by Paul, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the macro question I have is, except for Spring Street, I am not on the prior adopted at 2021. How much did we actually use? Let's see. You're keeping everything at 240 across the board, and you go 350 in 23, then more in 24. Okay. Thank you, by the way, Dale, for the extending out, because we have not had that in the past, in my opinion. You know, this 4 or 5 year sort of extended out look at things. So I appreciate that. It gives a little context. And I am looking the 9th Street. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then we have an amount of 3 million in for the road diet.
Mhm.
We have for 2022, and I think this is why the street paving is in there, but Paul can expound upon that. For Spring Street, we have the sidewalks. We have a few vehicles under DPW, a pickup truck, 2 pickup trucks, and they are requesting 2 new sanitation trucks. Police Department had requested 3 hybrid vehicles for the Police Department, and 1 unmarked. They are also looking for police radio infrastructure upgrades and records management system. The fire department.
Is that all under one line? No.
No, those are under.
Under projects farther down, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry. Am I moving the screen?
No, I'm looking at multiple screens.
Okay.
What are 2?
So I'll say on page 2.
Yeah, they're not actually paginated, by the way. There are no page numbers on these things.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
I had
okay.
because these were for the budget, so it used to get confusing when there were 2 different page numbers.
Yeah, it actually was even more confusing. Okay. Department requested fireboat and trailer, and utility, just the fire department, fire engine, chiefs. Okay. Let's keep going, because this is all going to be discussed in detail, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So this is just an overview.
So, yeah, so I think that, you know, again, it is, the Zoom is challenging for this because usually you're looking at it. It is sent separately. So if you want to look ahead and ask questions, but this will all be discussed line by line when we meet with the directors of the different departments.
Okay.
So on to the next page. We have 2 utility trucks for the water department are being requested. We have the carryover for the firehouse expansion, a firehouse generator for cataract, DPW operations center, roof, 16 Croton Avenue. We have amounts in for renovations, the elevator and flooring, estimated amounts. On the following page, we have an amount in for Microsoft Office 360.
What page? You're on page what? 1, 2, let me see if I
This is
follow.
on page 4 of the PDF.
So is it helpful to go through, again, we are going to be going through this all with the department heads. So I don't want to waste time on going through things we're going to go through twice. is
We're
it
not going to go through twice. See, you guys have been doing this for months.
Okay,
Most of us, unless
right.
we had nothing else to do
I
this
just
morning,
want
and
to keep us on
this
track.
is, you know, truthfully, I'd also like to virtual board this, that next year, this be given to us a week in advance of, in some way, because it really doesn't give us an opportunity to think. Or maybe it doesn't give me an opportunity. Maybe I'm not as smart as my fellow colleagues on the board, but it gives no time for thinking. You know, and for digesting, which is the way the human mind works. So we might want to just also virtual board that. And I'm not complaining that you were late on this, you weren't, but we might need to do this a little differently. And I know the town did it a little differently last year because the supervisor asked for it. And I think that actually makes a little more sense to me. Because I think it's helpful actually to get an overview so that by the time the departments are up there, as they run through it, if it's the first time we see it, how are we supposed to think? How are we supposed to analyze anything while it's being said to us? So this is helpful. I mean, we can do it quickly.
Mhm.
I want to see if there's anything Microsoft Office is new. Microsoft 360, is that?
That's it's Office
Suite.
365, so it's really going to a cloud-based service.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is-
No, I know what it is. I don't know if I thought that was the most recent though. Okay, must be.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
All right.
On the following page, we have improvements to the community center, the relocation of the AC chillers. We have park improvements, so we have the roller hockey
just
rink.
Dale, excuse me, before we go forward on the community center, we, as you know, we are working for improvements to the center itself. Late last night, I got information, very preliminary information on capital costs. So Mayor, you're correct that it does require some thought and discussion. And over the next week that we're doing this, we may want to come back and revisit the capital plan at various times, because we are looking at things where we're getting information on things that can impact the capital budget that we're getting just now. So they're not even really reflected here.
Okay. Did we lose our mayor?
Yes, we have. Yep.
And we did.
Yeah, I thought she went off the side. We have restrooms at Veterans Park and paving, and some fencing for Snowden, irrigation of the clay courts, although potentially he'd like to do that this year, and we can speak with Bill Garrison during his meeting.
Right, and I think, Dale, I'm sorry, keep interrupting, but I think it's just helpful to know, like, the projects are lining up basically with the priorities that we've talked about over the years. So in these things, it's that space optimization, it's making sure that our parks are up to date. We have a lot of older equipment. So throughout the departments, you're going to see that reflected. So even though it is a lot to digest, it's very much strategically aligned with the discussions we've been having all along, as well as with the projects that were put forward in the DRI presentation. So, and I do want to stress that while some of this information happens in real time, as we're working through the budget, we can put placeholders or decide what to prioritize over one project over another. This document can be referred back to over the next week, and I don't think it's you know, it's a little bit different than the operating budget, because we may have to come back to it several times as we get more information and decide what our overarching capital plan looks like.
And thank you, Karen, for that. And we always have done it this way. Sure, is usually we do an introduction for the capital projects, and then we talk to the departments in regards to that,
Right.
and then we talked about at capital conversation as a whole of what
Yep.
we're looking into. So there's at least 3 or 4 times that we can go back into the capital projects just to have a deep discussion of a particular area.
Right.
I want to say.
Exactly
So,
right.
So yeah, I'll be interested in, just to learn more from that perspective, obviously, and I don't want to take up too much of time because I think the 10 o'clock is here. So Kevin, our chief, is here.
Yeah.
With us. So I'm not sure if Dale, you want to keep going. I mean, we can go over this ourselves. At least that's what I'm going to be doing. If I have any questions in between, I'll ask the questions in between. But right now, I would like to jump to the chief's budget if possible.
Sure, I think that's fine. So hang on, I'm going to stop and prepare for the police department.
Recording in progress.
Hello. Hello, Chief. I'm having problems with my internet. Sorry.
All right. No worries. Good morning,
I'm
everybody.
switching on between my iPhone and my desktop because where I am, there's issues with Optimum. And sorry about that. I think we're good. Somebody raise their hand if you can actually hear me because you were all frozen 2 minutes ago. Thank you, folks. Let me shut. It helps that I shut the
All right. Morning, Chief.
Good morning. How
You're
is everybody?
muted.
Me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
so I was saying.
Oh, okay.
we can hear you. I'm actually saying
no.
hello, and we're going to try to stay in a
Yep.
timely agenda manner today. We're very close.
I'll be
All
good.
right.
My budget's relatively straightforward.
Okay,
So can everyone see the police budget up on the screen?
a little small, but I think we can probably all enlarge it a little bit.
Is that better? Did that help any?
Much better, thank you.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank
just
you, Dale.
give me instructions.
No, is this, are we starting right at 2100? Are we going to do capital? Or are we doing revenues or? Tell me where you want to start.
We're gonna start on page 1, which
Okay.
admin seems to print these backwards in my world because normally revenues come first. But admins prints them with expenditures first. So
No
we will
worries.
just follow right in line, and we're going to start with our expenditures. For the first budget line for the police budget, it is based on all of our fabulous police officers that are in the police department. And they are listed by name. There are 61 members. They are currently have some open positions, which can be seen at the bottom of the detail line for that account. But I know you're working on that, so that's fabulous.
I'm sorry, the open is
Sure, so
all
we
the
carried-
way
we-
on the bottom, you said? So, oh,
Yeah.
TBDs are all open.
Yes.
So we carried 4 open positions into this year, and then we had 2 retirements. We've also got 1 now pending with Lieutenant Montague's announcement that he'll be leaving. The challenge for filling some of these positions is that obviously civil service, and I know that Omar spoke to that a little bit last night. There are challenges to making sure that we're getting good quality candidates, that we're acknowledging our need for a more diverse police department that matches demographics of our community. So trying to balance all of those issues together sometimes makes it challenging. We did hold off on hiring for quite a while, as most municipalities did, for the new police list to come out. So that's the reason we carried those openings into this year. And as you can see, not all of them are coming in at first year salary. That's to account for the fact that we may need to hire transfers in order to fill gaps more quickly than sending someone new hire to the academy. So that's the openings you've got there. Lieutenant Montague still shows as a budgeted line since he is still an employee through next Friday, or next Thursday rather. And then, I know that that there was a question I got yesterday is, would we replace that position? And the issue there is that we cannot hire a police officer to backfill that lieutenant until we've promoted a police officer out of that position into sergeant, and a sergeant there into lieutenant. So you have to fill the actual position where the vacancy exists before you can create a new police officer. So if we were to swap out a lieutenant and not fill that right now, but want to file for a police officer, we would have to create a new position and eliminate the other one through Westchester County, which is quite the runaround to have to do. So that's why it looks the way it does for right now. Looking forward to coming to the board very soon, once we can find out who's going to be eligible to hire with some recommendations, so that we can get moving potentially on hiring new officers and fill those slots.
Great. So the second line is overtime. That's staying steady to the.
So that's actually, so Dale, that's right there before you flip the page, because it is on this page. The one thing that I'll ask the board to acknowledge is that, you know, the union is without contract right now. And while I have no position on that issue, only to acknowledge that if they were to settle with any sort of increase, I'm hopeful that the board's going to increase the overtime line as well to reflect that. In the event that the board chooses not to, it would effectively reduce the number of hours of overtime that we would be able to use, since the rate would go up. So hopeful that in the event that there is an increase through any sort of contractual negotiation, that the overtime line would reflect that as well.
So Chief, and then I'm going to interrupt on that one. So, and I understand that overtime, but you also mentioned that we're going to be hiring at least, we have 6 openings, and the expectation is that we're going to be hiring at least 6 officers. So the overtime is usually because of that. So, and we haven't had any feelings of that one. So when we get to the comparison of what the trend has been on the overtime, are you expecting to have more overtime, even though the amount of 6 officers may be increasing? Is that the expectation?
No. So our overtime budget's been a touch over the last couple of years because the salary line has been down. So where officers aren't present, we fill some of that with overtime, but the line as it exists hasn't been raised in a number of years. The only time, in fact, that we've raised it was for contractual raises to match salaries. So we have not changed the number of hours of overtime that we've requested in probably 4 or 5 years now. I don't expect the amount of overtime to go down with the number of officers, because the overtime budget as it exists right now is planned for 61 officers. We're spending a little bit more because there are not enough officers. So some of them are filling slots, but also we've cut back on programming, and the way that we've been able to stay within, you know, relative proximity of that budget line is also that in 2020, we couldn't do a lot of our outreach programs, and we couldn't spend, you know, we couldn't get out and do some of those overtime projects. So no, I don't expect overtime to go down by filling those spots, because the overtime line as it exists is the pre-vacancy plan.
Oh, understood. Thank you.
So if you can see the blue highlight down on the bottom of the page, these are the actual expenditures for 2017, 18, 19, 20, and where we are currently for 2021. The top number is what is the budgeted amount. So as the chief said, you know, we have gone over a bit for 2020, a bit more in 2019, and so on.
Dale, just to a point on that line though, if I'm not mistaken, we had salary that matched those overages.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm going back up to the top.
Yep.
So same rule applies. Up here, it's 2017. These were the budgeted amounts, but these were the actual expended amounts for the regular line. So as you can see, under budget. So it is a crossing back and forth.
And Dale, in regards to the overtime, and probably Chief, that's up to date today. So in reality, we won't know, or do you know that for next year, usually, you know what happens, you know, by the end of the year, we'll have a full understanding of the whole budget for 2021. So is that the expectations for the overtime as well? It seems like it's going to increase because this is only up to One month is this one taken to
Well, so the problem is that it's only reflective of the overtime that's been taken as cash so far. So there are employees who may bank it as comp time and then may have an opportunity at the end of each quarter to cash that out under the CBA. So there is some time that may be banked, and people may use that as time off. They may use it. They may cash it out for pay. And that really may not get reconciled until the very end of December. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think what you're going to see here is we're certainly going to consider that there's going to be an overage. I don't really have a projection on exactly where that's going to fall yet, because December's challenging with holidays and people using last minute vacation and personal time. It's certainly going to be over, but we have every expectation that it's going to, if you match up the salary line with the overtime, that they'll balance right out. Any overage in overtime will certainly be made up for by the vacancies where we haven't expended salary lines.
Okay, thank you.
So the expectation in the upcoming year is that all those positions will be filled or not?
We're hopeful.
Okay.
I think the expectation to fill positions really hinges upon making sure that we have best qualified candidates. Okay. Dale, you or me?
Okay, so if you want to explain anything on well, it says page 3.
Yep. So a lot of what's here, and I'll go line by line, but a lot of what's here is contractual and required under the CBA. So it's not necessarily something that we control, but longevity changes based on the time and service of police officers. So potentially could change now that we have senior. So for instance, if you have a lieutenant who's more than 20 years retire and that person is replaced with a brand new police officer, that one line of longevity may not exist then, because the new police officer wouldn't rate longevity pay yet where the senior officer did. Likewise, you may have police officers that are hitting their 5th year, so they now become eligible for some amount of longevity. So that's what fluctuates the longevity line each year. And the increase that you can see there is a reflection of junior police officers getting enough time and now being eligible for that longevity there. So not necessarily an increase in spending, but it's an increase in the time and service that the officers that are currently working with us have. Out of title pay is to fund times where under the CBA, when I'm out of town and I'm unavailable, somebody has to be in charge. So the reason that that's been under 2020, 2021 is there hasn't been an opportunity to really go anywhere. Even a lot of my vacation time has been local. So still necessary, but unfortunately not able to get away. So looking for that to stay there. Sick incentive pay is a little bit hard to judge because that pays for those who don't call in sick, and it's a little bit hard to predict who's going to be out sick. This has been an interesting year. In the beginning of the pandemic, we saw a very, very low sick time, and then towards the end, people started using some sick time again, or some folks got sick. So sort of hard to predict. The pandemic was a really unique time, and then towards the end, sick time started to go up again. Health stipend is contractual for those that don't take Village's health insurance because they have some other form of insurance there. So that's beyond my control there. Holiday pay.
What do you give as the health? I'm just curious. I'm sure I ask this every year. So if somebody doesn't take the health, although I think most do, but
I
what's
believe
the
it's
stipend?
one
It's
third of the
one individual, but it's 1/3 of the premium equivalent.
So it's one individual, and that's almost $10,000.
Yeah.
Well, this is under the PBA contract. So their health insurance buyout amount is 1/3 of the premium equivalent. So the
You're telling me
annual
that,
costs.
right? So again, the budget is not to push buttons, it's informational. So what I'm hearing you say, and I may be hearing it wrong, is the calculation is that we pay about $30,000 a year in health benefits for a police officer. So 1/3 of that would be almost $10,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That this village pays almost $30,000 a year per police officer in health benefit?
For anybody with a family plan.
With a family plan, okay,
Yes.
that, although that's.
And that it's everybody, because we're all under the same provider.
Okay, so that's great information.
Mhm.
And so 1/3 gets paid to the individual, but that's only in the police. That is not like everybody else who gets health benefits from the
Correct.
government.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So holiday pay is pay that officers are entitled to under the CBA for days where there's holidays, they get extra pay for that. The reason that sometimes that comes under is people choose to use, they have the option to get paid or use it as time. Some of them will use it as time. You know, again, a little bit unpredictable is in terms of who's going to use that. The reason that it's so incredibly low for 2021 right now is we haven't paid it out yet. It gets paid in the end of the year. So that'll catch up, I believe, first payroll of December, if I'm not mistaken.
Is there a requirement that the police officers have to take a certain part or all of their vacation in a given year?
No, in fact, most people don't use it as time. We have a few officers over the years that have used all of the holidays they're entitled to as time off. Most people just take it and come to work.
Okay.
Super holiday accounts for, there are 4 particular days through the year. It's Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, and Labor Day. My understanding is it formerly was Memorial Day, but since there's a parade and we have to call everybody in, that was negotiated away. So Labor Day is sort of a interesting day to choose as a super holiday, but nonetheless, if you work on those days, it's incremental pay for those as well.
Okay.
Personal time incentive is something that was added to the CBA a number of years ago that, you know, what we found is that towards December, people weren't using their time off. And then all of a sudden, everybody used all their personal time at the same time, and it created staffing crunches. So the board had given an incentive for those that instead of, rather than using them for the sake of using them, you could cash out 3 days. Some people take advantage of that. Some people don't. The reason it's so low in 2021, again, is that that's due to be paid out later. The amount of money that's been expended for some of these lines now is a reflection of those that have retired. So we have to pay those out when they go. In lieu of vacation is me. So part of my CBA, like the management contract says that if I don't use all of my vacation, a certain amount of it can be cashed out. And then college credits, there is something in the CBA that allows for police officers to get it. It's not a heck of a lot of money. There was a small amount. I think it's $1,500 a year a person for college credits, and we haven't had anybody submit for that. So that's been zeroed out for a number of years.
I do want to say, because it's also publicly, I mean, in New York, police officers and many union workers can go to any of the CUNY and state schools actually for a very low price to begin with. It's not, depending on the school and the program they choose, New York actually has a really superior program. That's a PSA for people who are interested in pursuing this profession, because even in retirement, New York police can actually get further education. That's my PSA for why this is it's a good career for people who are interested in it. Even though it doesn't show up in numbers on ours, but on the state itself and the city, the CUNY program is really fantastic. And the community colleges, it's almost free.
Okay, so 312160 is the language stipend. It's $1,000 per officer, up to 6 that speak a second language. As you can see, for some reason, we have, I think, 10 or 12 people that speak a second language, and for some reason beyond my comprehension, not all of them put in for it. So we have 5 people that ordinarily take advantage. You can see there's a little bit of money expended because one of those folks retired this year, so there was a payout for that. Every year I encourage people to get certified and sign up. It doesn't mean they're not using their language skills, but notwithstanding, they're not taking the money. So
you have to get certified though, right, Chief?
You do, in order to be paid. So for instance, we have certain officers that are conversational in Spanish, in Spanish language, but wouldn't be able to pass a test sufficient to be able to translate for court or to be able to write depositions that would be admissible. So certainly somebody like that might not be able to go do that, but we have people that are fluent and biliterate and for reasons beyond my understanding, don't take that. Okay, so now into the meat and potatoes of running a police department. So 312201 deals with equipment, and you can see some things that are pulled out of there that are specified. So $15,000 is our standard for assorted equipment. This deals with general enforcement type things, the things we carry on the street, not uniform items, but equipment that we would have around the building. The additions to there that make that much larger, though, are that this has funding for bulletproof vests, which as acknowledged there every year is we ordinarily get a grant. We haven't yet gotten approval for next year. We just got through this year. But Most years it's available and we expect to be getting that. So there's matching grant funds at 50% for bulletproof vests for every employee. Bulletproof vests have a 5-year lifespan and then they're considered expired. So as a legally required piece of equipment, we have to replace those every 5 years. And that's why that never seems to go away. Year 2 of our Axon taser
Sorry to
system.
interrupt, Chief. Just a quick question.
Yep.
What happens to the equipment that it kind of expires and we no longer use?
So bulletproof vests, after they expire, can't be worn. So right now we have something of a stock of them, but in most years, what we do is we donate them to other programs. So we've had with the Westchester Hispanic Law Enforcement Association, they take them either to the Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico, where they're still permitted to use that equipment, even though it's expired. Quite frankly, I think that they're probably pretty good resistance. For my life on the line, I prefer to have one that's still within the manufacturer specs. But I think that around the world, it's generally considered that the lifespan could be much longer, assuming you take care of it. So we donate those out to those charitable programs so that police officers in other places can have that equipment. That's specific to the vest. We don't do that with anything else.
Right.
Everything else in Austin, we use it until the wheels fall off, which we'll talk about during capital projects. Year 2 of 5 of tasers. So a lot of our equipment now is on 5-year plans, particularly with Axon, who's they're sort of the Apple of the police industry. They do a lot of our equipment, and really they're a data company at this point. But that taser system is to afford for the actual taser weapons. They changed the company name to Axon from Taser so they could distinguish the weapon from the camera systems that they do. So we're into that already, and that's something we need to continue paying for. And then
what happened to 2021? Why is it blank in these line items? The Axon tasers, why is that blank in 2021? Or in the other years? Am I reading this wrong? I only see the 2022 one.
You're asking 2021's amount is under here, 44,208.98. So that's expended or encumbered to date.
For that whole line item, but in 2022 you separated out
for the budget detail. Yes, but it won't print prior year's budget detail. It'll only print the current year's budget detail.
So in 21, 61 was approved and 44 was expended. I don't know how this is written.
Because we still have bills coming in for 21.
But you'll reach 60 something in your opinion.
Yep.
Okay. And is that the same amount you're asking? I can't tell the increase for 22 because of the way this is being done. So it's 40.
No, the 22 number is 46 because we've already done the interview room. That's the difference between 21 and 22 is that we had installed Axon interview room systems. So one of the things approved for last year is that improvement, which has been installed both in the youth division and in the detective division. All interviews must be recorded. That was a legal mandate for the youth part. In the past, those weren't required that every interview with a juvenile be recorded. Now they are. So we have recording equipment for interviewing in that room, and all of that now storing to the cloud, which saves us from having to maintain more servers. And it's all simultaneous with our body cameras and our taser system. So all through that same vendor.
So I'm trying to see if there's an increase, a neutral, or a decrease. So if I take that out, it's really hard to read this.
Yeah,
because it doesn't give context to increase, decreases, or nothing.
Down below, there's a note that says the 2021 budget included 1-year Axon tasers for 18,000 and the interview system for 17,997. So that's the change.
Okay, and the rest is the same as 21. Let me see. No, it's a little.
So in this line, the typical amount that we ask for is either it historically has been $18,000, but we've made it $15,000 a couple of years ago, and the other items that are there are specific to the year.
Okay.
So when we talk about increase or decrease, it's a little bit hard to specifically define that because the amounts that are going up or down were specific projects.
Right. Got it.
All right. So 207 and 210 were zeroed out. We don't use those lines anymore. 211 is our computer hardware. So this year we have a number of desktops that are going to need to be replaced. Those are going to be ordered. Typically we're on like a 5-year replacement plan for most of our hardware. In many years, we try to stretch things beyond that. We save our old computers to put them back in the event there's a problem. Our IT company, as I've said before, we really like, and Sergeant Donahue does a tremendous job of maintaining our in-house stuff. So that covers all of our desktops and other hardware that needs to be replaced throughout the year.
And who's
260
keeping the inventory? Is that what?
We do.
Monty? Okay, so this is just an overall number for replacement of computer hardware.
Correct.
Okay, and again,
So,
what are you
so,
doing
so
with-
although it,
Yeah, sorry.
although
go ahead.
it covers, yeah, it covers our desktop. So there's a lot of other equipment throughout our building that also would fall under this. So for instance, we have surveillance systems that all require computers and monitors. All of our dispatching systems and our radio systems all require monitors, and those fail from time to time and need to be replaced. That would come off this. We have, you know, there's a lot of different systems beyond just the desktop workstations that all has to be fit into there.
Okay. And what are you doing with all that stuff? Does it get donated somewhere? What happens to it all?
So typically, if we're getting rid of it, it's because it's aged out and can't be upgraded to the extent that it's usable anymore. So a lot of times, if there's any life left in it, we'll keep it. If you've ever been to the records office and seen Sergeant Donahue's office, it's like a wasteland of computers, and he repurposes things on a regular basis. And so there's that. And then I believe that we just get rid of them once they're completely unusable, but we try to save them and repurpose them. We've had desktops go down where we need to replace it with one, and he'll pull one out of his office and put it back in service. So we have continuity all the time. In terms of where they go when we're finally done with them, I don't know what service we use to dispose of them, but to the best of my knowledge, we're not donating old computers to anybody.
Okay, so I'm gonna just put this is a very minor deal, Karen, on the virtual board, because STEM programs in schools around the country are looking for parts because they teach kids how to put things together, and also art programs. And if it's just going to wasteland and destroying our environment, I'd rather it be donated. And I don't mean for money, but just that we find a place, because some of especially the younger kids STEM programs are constantly looking for parts to play with. Not to use them as computers, by the way, because they're so much more advanced than we are, but rather the engineers. So just if you can put that on a virtual board, because I just want to look into that. And as some people I know in the education field, they might, it's not a financial issue. It's more of it would be nice to give it to humans rather than dumping it in our environment.
Great. We also are looking into, and this is throughout the village, there are programs where similar how we resell equipment or vehicles that we can resell things that are more usable. So we are trying to minimize the waste potential for any
Right.
technology.
I mean, I think that's a really great point. I appreciate that. That's why I said, Chief, we've created what I'm calling a virtual board. Instead of getting back and forth discussions over secondary items, like this is a secondary item. It's not necessarily, it's informational. It's not the budget. But as you know, when we do the budget, oftentimes other things come to the forefront. So we're just creating a board that the staff can answer certain questions, so we don't have to go off on a tangent. And secondly, that there might be some secondary pieces that are just of interest for other reasons that we can address at a later point in time. And I forgot that we probably, Karen, need to sort of give that protocol to every single department head, because they're not watching each other's things. They're not really following us the whole day. So we should just remind ourselves to do that. All right, Chief, moving forward.
So 260 deals with miscellaneous equipment. One thing that I failed to mention was going back to 201. 201 deals with where that equipment deals with our duty ammo. That's why that $15,000 line is larger, and the majority of that $15,000 goes towards duty ammo. Or training ammo. I have to check which one. It goes towards ammunition. We split up our ammunition for some reason. Historically, the village has bought duty ammo versus training ammo on two different lines, and those are split out. Equipment miscellaneous is literally just for miscellaneous stuff throughout the building. I mean, we have an immense amount of stuff that we house there. So it could be everything from flares to cones and miscellaneous things that we have throughout the building. So that's been larger in the past because of specific projects. It's not that we just bought $21,000 worth of equipment. 7 is our line, and we don't have anything specific that's going towards. Typically, we save that money towards the end of the year so we can figure out what's broken and replace it, rather than, you know, buying throughout the year just at random times. We, again, try to use everything to its furthest extent. So we try to wait to the last minute and then see what we've got and replace what needs to go. So contractual is that line's been zeroed out. We don't use 400. Telephone and internet covers a number of different things. We have separate phone lines for our dispatch. 911 comes in a different one. We have Superior, which is our maintenance company for the telephone systems. And that goes on to the next page there, Dale. We're required to have a fax line for DCJS. I don't know anybody ever faxes anything ever anymore, but the state requires us to maintain a fax line. We have it. If anybody needs to fax something, stop by. I don't know if anybody uses it ever anymore. But nonetheless, that's our telephone line and internet. We have a number of.
Okay, that was actually a joke. Please don't offer people to come by to the police department and use your.
I was more thinking of the board. Certainly, they can't come to the detective division and fax
I
something.
smiled
but
at that one. That was fun. Kevin, just to say
it's frustrating to our staff because they don't fax anything, and there are occasionally state agencies that will
anything anymore, even medical.
But there are state agencies that will only accept things via fax.
Understood.
It's
archaic.
crazy to me.
Yeah,
absolutely. So printing and postage is probably not exactly what that sounds like. It certainly does go towards, we mail things from time to time, but also that goes towards printing things like no parking signs and other signage that we have, tickets, all that kind of stuff. So all of our handhelds have certain types of paper they have to use, or we have parking tickets, we have appearance tickets. So printing and postage goes towards all of that stuff.
Yeah. So you've actually, the number is actually higher than it needs to be, and it's been reduced over the years. I don't know, maybe it's a pandemic, so you didn't print so many things up, but the pandemic's still with us. This is not a big enough number that it will move the needle, but just on the virtual board, Karen, if you could just throw this up there, not only on this department, but across all the departments, this whole printing and postage. I receive about one piece of mail a week, except for junk mail from politicians during the season. So I would just put it on the virtual board. It doesn't move the needle significantly, to be honest with you. But if you add up all the departments, we may just want to visit that and see what it comes to. And it may not even be worth a discussion, frankly, but let's just put it up there.
The vast majority of our printing is mandated printing. If we don't have to print it and post it, we don't. So there's very limited use of snail mail for anything other than things that we're mandated to do.
Okay, so you're not putting it on the virtual board?
I put it on the virtual board but I just want to caveat, most of our printing and postage
is because there's legislation that says you have to mail to a neighborhood when you're doing X, Y, and Z or whatever.
Or we're mailing, we're mailing water bills, things like that.
I get it.
Yep.
Okay, Chief.
All right, so 406 office supplies, that is all of our paper clips and paper and stuff on the building for whatever reason. So this is the line I was thinking of, actually includes our duty ammunition. I don't know why that's considered an office supply, but my understanding is it because it's something that you're using in the course of your duty. That's why it fit under this as a budget item.
Ammunition is an office supply like paper clips?
It's part of my office.
That should have its own line. I don't know.
I always found it interesting, but it's been that way for as long as I've worked here, and I don't know what ever put it in that line, but that's where it is. It is marked in the detail, so at least people can see that that's where it is.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So office equipment. So we reduced that one by a little bit. So over the years, if you can see there, going back to 2017, it's gone down incrementally year over year. That was some changes we made when Patty and I looked at all of our copiers. We actually got rid of some of the equipment. We reduced contracts. We reduced the amount of printing we were doing. Tremendous work from Sergeant Donahue and Lieutenant Damiano to go to a nearly paperless filing system for most of our enforcement paperwork. So less and less each year. Again, 2020 being an odd year, lower with the pandemic with a lot of things. We're expecting a lot of things to go back to normal in 22, or that's what we thought for this year.
Yeah, but in 2019, you didn't. I mean, you guys have done a great job with this. This is exactly what you're supposed to be doing. You're doing exactly what everybody should be doing.
Yeah, those were targeted projects to try and reduce output.
No,
so
I think that's great. Every
yeah.
department should be doing this.
Yep.
That's great.
Sure. So professional dues and meetings goes towards all of the different associations that we belong to. So we have Westchester County Chiefs, New York State Chiefs, and the International Chiefs. We also have the Westchester Detectives Association, the National Tactical Officers Association. So whatever professional associations that our staff subscribe to, that goes towards those. And also within that is usually paid for the State Chiefs Conference in the summertime. Vehicle operating expenses, that's an interesting line.
$3,000 includes the conference that you go
Yes.
to in the summer?
Yeah, it's not incredibly expensive.
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
Attendance at State Chiefs conferences, I think $300 or $400, I think it's $300 or $400.
Yeah,
and
that
it's
doesn't seem
couple
like
of
very
nights
much,
at-
so that's good.
we try to keep those conferences. So I'm planning next year's conference now. It'll be mine, and we try and keep it in a place where the hotel rates are affordable because the salary is not the same around the state. And we have membership from some of the more rural areas where it would be difficult for them to stay at, some of the hotels, perhaps in the more resort areas on Long Island or something.
Does
like that.
Ossining
So
ever host any of this?
I don't know. No, we haven't had it. Next year we'll be in Glens Falls at the Queensberry.
Oh, that's so nice.
Typically,
Okay.
it moves around the state. My objective as president of the association is to try and keep it in a central location, but I have 1 year to do that, and then it's somebody else's gig. So if
Okay.
they change their mind and want to move it, they'll do that. All right, so vehicle operating expenses, that's a sort of interesting one. All the vehicle lines are a little bit hard to predict because the vehicle operating expenses are sort of determined by how well the fleet runs. And right now, in the last couple of years, we've had some trouble that we're down a lot of cars. So, and when we've had issues with the cars, they're final issues. They're totaled vehicles where you're not fixing the car. So some of the operating expenses aren't being expended because the car is literally not available for it. So
Are you down
still-
cars because of the accidents and damage done to the cars, or
Yeah,
because they're
I
totaled?
mean, it's both. So right now we're down, I have it in my capital notes when we get to it, but we're down 7 vehicles right now, 7 marked cars and 1 unmarked car. 3 of those we're due from 2020. I'm not ruin the story for later or the surprise, but it's incredibly difficult to get police cars right now. I mean, I'm talking to chiefs from all over the state, and we can't find vendors that have the cars to sell to us.
Well, there's a supply chain shortage on cars in the United States, right?
And
Not just police
then-
cars.
And then, since our vendor is in Mamaroneck, they flooded. And my understanding is that they lost a number
wow.
of vehicles there. So it's a double whammy. And then on top of that, you've got issues of having to have them upfit. So in a lot of cases, you're buying a car and you're driving it off the lot, and that's the vehicle you get. We have to have a lot of equipment installed in that, and finding reliable vendors to do that and getting everything done on state contract and within procurement policies to make sure that we're, responsibly spending money has been a real challenge. It's an interesting business, police cars. So we're down a lot of cars, not necessarily because the board hasn't given us the resources we need, but because they're hard to get. And yes, we've had some cars that have been crashed.
What percentage of those cars are due to accidents and what is just basic wear and tear?
I can send you a list of mine. I know Manny was asking for a list of everybody's fleet. I have that. I didn't bring it with me here this morning, but
That's cool.
I
Just,
believe
we'll
we have-
just send it to us. It's not.
I believe it's three cars that are totaled, and 5 of them would be just aged out.
Okay, so it's
And I
it's
mean, like, to the
40%.
to the extent that we're saving cars. I mean, I have a car out getting a new transmission right now, which is an unusual move for a police car, but it's the type of things we'll do because it's cost effective to keep it in the fleet and get a few more years
Right.
out of it.
Yeah, again, the budget is not about just, Dale's heard this like 1,000 times from everybody that does this. It's also informational to get an understanding of how things run. So I think the budget is good. It's just learning some new stuff. The accidents, we hear about them as they happen.
Sure.
So I'm just trying to get a total on there. Great.
Yeah, so unleaded fuel, I sort of leave that one up to the treasurer's office to determine because that's generally adjusted based on what fuel costs are projected to be. So that's where that one comes in. Radio
Yeah.
repairs.
Can I
yep.
ask you to do me a favor? It doesn't have to be done for us to approve the budget. I'd like to have a plan for which vehicles in your department are moving to alternative fuel.
Well, they'll all be hybrid. So Ford is no longer making fully gas police
Oh,
vehicles now.
that's true. It's a Ford is where the police, that's right. I thought it was, is it Chevy or Ford that you buy?
Well,
Fords?
Chevys are, so we buy whatever anybody will sell to us at this point. I like the Fords. The police officers like the Fords. They're the most roomy cabin. And they do not make them as a fully gas model anymore in the police version. So they're all hybrids. We've bought a few Dodges in the past because that's the only car we could get without, if we didn't buy them, we'd have nothing. Chevy tends to be a lot more expensive. The Tahoe is a larger model vehicle, and it's too much money for us.
Okay, so you're basically going to go with Fords, and they're all hybrids, if not fully electric. Okay.
That's the intent. I don't believe that any of the ones, there's not a plan right now to be fully electric.
Okay. There will be though, because I think the plan is by
there will
2030.
be.
Yeah.
Typically, we're waiting for some other department to take that on as the experiment, and we'll see how it works, because the challenge with police cars is with all the components inside, there's a lot of support that there's a lot that needs to be supported that's electric. And we've even found with the gas motors, they don't keep up all the time. So
well, maybe you'll get lucky, and after Hertz tests out their new fleet of Teslas, they'll start using it for police, and you guys will benefit from it. Let's just put it out there and see if Elon Musk wants to give us some Teslas.
Yes. So Hastings has a Tesla. I don't know how it's working out for them, but I know they own one.
Yeah.
A police car.
Yeah, I know. In Europe, they've been using Tesla police cars for quite a while. They're testing it out there first. So I'm saying it half jokingly, because I think that's actually something that might end up happening.
Yeah.
Okay, so great. Thank you.
Yep. So radio repairs, that's going to be an interesting conversation, because we have a major capital project to replace our radio systems. Depending on how that goes, I don't know how much radio repair we do next year. If we replace them all, if we don't, we're absolutely going to need every dollar of that. Right now, we're using portable radios that are no longer supported by Motorola. So we're dealing with a vendor that has replacement parts in the event that radios need to be repaired. We need to get off the system we're on, but I'll talk more about radios when we get to that capital project. Auxiliary police, we reduced that a little bit. I'm hopeful that we have an opportunity to get them back in the building, but we've not done programs with the auxiliaries for a couple of reasons, predominantly the pandemic and it just not being a critical service at this point right now. For the health and well-being of the employees here, we haven't had any outsiders in our building. So, we haven't had interns, we haven't had auxiliary police. There's a lot of liability to bring in people voluntarily and then exposing them to all the things that our officers are exposed to all day long. So hopeful to get them back in service in 2022. That's yet to be seen. So car washes, we leave money in the line to wash the cars. It hasn't been spent. I think that there's invoices that are due. We've certainly washed a lot more cars than that this year. Obviously with new cars coming in, we're going to want people to be washing them. So we need that line. I get the sense people don't spend as much time washing the old beat up cars, because when you're driving a car that's falling apart, there's just not as much excitement about getting it cleaned up. It's unfortunate, but it's what happens with an aging fleet sometimes. Towing, that line right there is only for things that we tow as the village. So if we have to pick up a car as evidence, or if for some reason we're towing something in an emergency that is not the fault of the operator, where we have to tow the car. So in other words, if there's a DPW emergency and we have to pick up a car and move it, and water main break or something, the village would pick up if we're causing the reason for them to do that. So we have that line there. Tough to predict how many things will be unpredictable. In-service training, that covers only the things we do in-house. So that mostly goes towards the equipment and stuff that we do for in-house training. Separate line just below that for training schools. That one's been difficult for the last year because we can't really send too many people too many places. But looking forward, we have a whole list of things. So under the reform plan, there's a lot of concepts there for training. The things that we're trying to do first and foremost is we've sent 4 people to ICAT training, which is it's critical incident de-escalation training. So this essentially envelops everything we're doing with use of force. And we've now got 4 officers who are instructor trainers for ICAT. So that's one of the things we do for it deals with people in crisis and mental health problems and all these type of things, and incorporates that into all of our other training evolutions. So we want to send more people for schools like that. So the ICAT training, implicit bias is on there, and we didn't schedule that yet this year, but I did speak a couple times over the last month with Dr. Bryant, because the conversation he and I had that this was not a program for our police department, after having been here once before, that would be as effective online as in person. So we're looking forward to trying to book that out as soon as possible, and working with Dale to figure out how we can make that work for something that may happen early in 22, or perhaps start it in 21 and carry over. Still on the calendar to be done, but that was a really impactful training when we did it in 2017. And, you know, I'm reluctant to spend that amount of money from the village on something that's online that people are going to sort of zoom through. So we're looking forward to being able to do that in person. He is back to traveling now and is doing in-person sessions. So, you know, that's another thing from the reform plan that's on there. But essentially, when we look at what training schools we're sending people to, another program we have is that Officer Irvin and Officer Hershowitz have come up with a mental health for police officer program. They went through the reform program. It's another thing they've been tasked out for. They are going to, or at least Officer Irvin is going to hostage negotiator school, which was recommended by, they're working with a Lieutenant Bill Walsh from Voorhees, New Jersey, who's a national expert on mental health for police officers. He lectures all over the place for IACP and for PERF and for all these organizations. And there's a number of different steps that have been recommended to them in order to form this program. So one of them being that we start training officers, more officers in hostage negotiation, because the strategies and techniques taught there should not be just restricted to those officers that may be negotiating in a hostage crisis, but necessarily with everybody you deal with on the street. So some intense training that they're going to, that they can then bring back, as well as other mental health programs they're creating. They've gone out and found a list of professionals that are willing to work with our department to try and create some counseling programs and critical incident debrief for our officers and de-stressing things. So that's the major focus for all of our training schools for next year, is getting those programs up and running and fulfilling all those mandates from the board under the police reform program.
How many, when you say they, et cetera, like, I know you can't do 100% of 60 people or 54 people, but, you know, and right away, or maybe you can. Do you have a sense, or can you give us a sense of, you know, once you get to that point, of how many people you think in 2022 of police officers what be going through each of these trainings?
Well, so a lot of
them, et cetera.
Well, a lot of what we're doing is we're trying to send people to instructor trainers so they can come back and then give that training to 100% of the people. If we have to send people out to a school, that becomes very difficult. If we can do it in-house, we can blast through the whole department. I mean, we're not really blasting through it, still slugging through it. But yeah, so the idea is to make as many trainers in-house as we can, so we can do this at our flexibility. You know, some of the schools that I'm talking about right now are the things we're sending people out to so they can bring that back to share with the rest of the department. I don't expect that we're going to be sending every cop away to a school at any point during the year, but we're going to send as many people out to as many instructor trainers as we can so that we can start building up our training cadre.
Okay, Karen, if you could add that to the virtual board chief, if you can give me sort of a time frame when, and I think some of it is in the works, because you got to get the budget approved now. That once you know you have the money, then you go do it. I get it. That's the whole point of doing budgets. That's the idea. But you know, if you could make a note to yourself, I just like to have a plan about training. I think the board would just like to see, okay, I think the idea is spot on, by the way. I think that's the best way to perpetuate knowledge, is to create trainers, actually. And then when you have a transfer coming in or whatever, you've already got a mentor in place. You've already got a trainer in place. I think that's really a good way to do it. You know, if you could say, look, once I know the budget's done, it'll take 60 days to send 4 people out there, another 60 days for 4 more. Now we've got 8 out of 54. We expect that the entire police force will be trained in this, that, and the other thing by October at 100% or 75, something that just gives us some metrics that, not necessarily to measure against. I think metrics might be the wrong word, a plan. So that we're able to say, okay, half of the force is going to be trained in this, that, and the other thing by Labor Day. I'm making up numbers, but you get the idea. I think that'll be super helpful, both for us and the other departments and the public. And eventually we'll get an HR person, and they, I'm sure, would also like to know about it and see what's going on there.
Sure.
Thank you.
So reparative vehicles, this one deals with mostly body work. Again, if you total the car, you don't do the body work. So it's not a good thing necessarily when that line is low. We'd rather be fixing the car than buying a new one. But that's been a, you know, a ballpark amount on what we've needed, a couple of years that it's been under. But again, that's because the cars are going out and we're necessitating a new car rather than the repairs there. Computer software, so that pays for a number of different things. There's some data storage there. The lion's share of that goes to 2 things. It's our records management system, which you'll hear me refer to as RMS. That's a concept, not a program. Impact is our RMS. And when we get to capital, we have a major project there looking to go to a new RMS. There's an annual service plan on all of those things. Also, a lot of this, the other things that are included in here is also our data storage for our body cameras, which is, I think, $25,000 or $30,000 a year there as well. And we have our contract for our IT services is in there, as well as other Axon contracts. So here you have your interview room annual contract is $36.76 of that. That is the data storage specific to the interview rooms there.
Do you think for 21, given that you still are out 2 or 3 months, that you're going to make that? I'm looking at my computer. So you're at 75 on here. You think you're going to go above 80?
If we do, it'll only be a touch above it, but I expect to be on budget for that one.
Okay. But you're increasing it by 10% for next year, right?
Correct, because we're now adding, we're adding the interview room, which wasn't there last year. In year one, you pay the bulk installation, which included the data. Now we have to add this to
I
this
actually know enough to be dangerous about this, and I think you're under budgeting is my point, not that you're over budgeting. I think that's an under budget. Karen, can you put that on the virtual board? I want to go back to this because I don't want things not getting done because we didn't budget correctly or be over budget. And I don't say this often, but just I don't know a lot. I just know enough to be dangerous, and that seems.
I mean, listen, I'm taking all the money you're giving away, but the
I'm not giving any money away. Don't ever say that in a meeting that gets recorded.
The punchline to this one
mayor doesn't give money away, but I think you're underestimating what you're going to need, in my opinion.
Sure.
I've got to be fair about that.
Yep. No, the reason that I'm saying that though is that when it comes time to capital projects, we talk about that RMS. There's a large amount of money for software that's going to be requested there, which I think.
So maybe that covers it there. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at everything. It just briefly looked. Okay, so let's leave it alone. It's just I want to make sure we're doing the right thing at the right time in the right way.
And I just want to say in that $75,000 number, we do still have a purchase order for $6,000 that's open. So it's being included in that amount. It's not expended yet, though.
Okay, got it. All right. So the chief is right. It'll probably be just a few shekels because you've already accounted for it. Thank you.
So uniform cleaning is contractual. That just goes by the number of officers, and they submit for reimbursement for uniform cleaning. Dale, you're bouncing. Where are we going here? Did we just change? Dale, which page are we on?
Yeah, you just hit something and it bounced.
Yeah, I don't. My mouse has a mind of its own.
Okay, so that's okay though. So the line that you're seeing at the top there is for uniform cleaning.
Right.
It's contractual that officers can submit for reimbursement. From time to time, people don't. The next line there is for uniforms in general. That line is two things. Number one, officers have a contractual amount that they're entitled for purchasing new uniforms, but also that leaves space for our new hires are incredibly expensive. I think they're $7,000 a person just for uniforms to suit them out. So there's space left in there, considering that in most years we would hire people. We came in lower last year. Again, pandemic, we didn't buy as many things. Truthful as last year, we were hanging on, expecting that things were going to change at the end of the year, and those changes never really happened. And that comes to the end of the sworn staff. Now we go down into civilian staff. So when we get to 3121, this deals with all the non-sworn police employees that we have. Some things that we're looking at changes there. If you see listed there that the CSW position was Franklin Jackson. He has since retired. We miss him dearly. And as you'll find later on in the animal control line, which sort of goes hand in hand with this, but it has its own section, Mauro Santucci, our animal control officer, is also retired. We also miss him. The intention for right now, we met with some candidates earlier this week to hire a dispatcher. Over the years, we've changed some of our civilian staff. A few years back, we had Maureen Raguso as our daytime dispatcher. We did not replace that spot when she left, but we desperately need a dispatcher to be on the desk during the daytime. 2 people between the walk-ins, the calls, and the admin stuff going on in the desk. Good to have. So we're looking to hire a dispatcher to fill that. And then there's some other moves among the civilian staff that we're looking to make that I think still need to be sort of ironed out with the manager and some of the CSEA issues that are going to come up with that. But in general, that line should still stay within budget. In terms of their overtime, that's a line that's been there. I think it can come down a little bit. one of the things about civilian staff and overtime is that, and overtime, a lot of it with the pandemic, we're just not putting people out to do extra details for things. As it opens up, I expect for people to be detailed out to a lot more stuff in that overtime still then to be used. What you'll also find when you see the overtime line at the, one of the strange things about the way this is set up is just that with animal control somewhere else and the CSEA staff all being in the same union, Morrow took more of the overtime than other people did. So you'll see his overtime line up while this line's down. That's only a reflection of who took the overtime for different things. And as you can see there, it pays for a couple of different details. So longevity is another contractual issue where you can see that Dale. There's longevity somewhere. There it is. So that's just based on who the people are, and you can see what they're entitled to based on their time in service. The longer you're here, the more you may be entitled to. That number changes based on who's here and what they're getting. When we hire a new employee, typically they don't get longevity, I think, for the first 5 years. So that's the reason that the number would go down, is any replacements that we bring in wouldn't be getting that money. Sick pay incentive, again, is based on the number of days that people leave behind and don't take. It's typically only 1 or 2 employees that'll take advantage of that. So it's not a very high line. 3121-110 deals with crossing guards. So there's a small increase there, and that's to reflect that ordinarily they get in almost every year that I'm aware of, there's been some small incremental increase there. So that was factored in based on whatever we ordinarily do. I'm not sure what percentage it is there, Dale, but maybe you can speak to that.
2.5.
Okay.
It goes in accordance with the CSEA contract.
Right. And you can see what they've been in the past there in the detail.
How many crossing guards do we have?
I believe we have 7. We did have one pass away last week, so Miss Juanita is not with us anymore. But we keep an alternate available, somebody that's not that can come in and fill those spots, and people are usually fairly excited to do that. So we don't have a vacancy for it right now. But yeah, I think we have 7 posts. Uniform cleaning is another contractual line.
Didn't we do uniforms already?
We're in civilian staff now.
Oh, so it's all separated out?
It's everything separated out. Yep.
Got it.
So similar type things. They're contractually entitled to uniform cleaning and uniforms. And then you come down here and you'll see, so personnel services now in 3122 deals with the building. So these are folks that work here, and as you can see in the detail, it's split out between, it's paid out of different lines. So those aren't really managed by us. Those are, John Heitman and Michelangelo really are working under Andy Teese. So they're not mine, but that's where those
allocated to you is what I understand, correct?
Correct.
So you pay for them, they don't report to you. They report to another department, correct?
Well, they report with me, I guess is probably a good way to describe it.
Like a matrix reporting, the dual reporting, they report to both.
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
there are people.
Cool.
But so I don't necessarily manage those lines. So I don't approve their overtime or schedule them for it. So
Andy does.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to, maybe I'll let you finish. I want to ask some macro questions. Maybe I'll just let you finish. So we'll see how much time we have or whether we'll just put it on the board. Go ahead.
So again, these are to just go through some of these things, the next couple lines, sick incentive in lieu of vacation, these are the same and similar lines as in other things, contractually required for all these things. Electricity, that's for our building. We came in a little bit low last year, but we've been pretty close on that over the last few years. Heat changed dramatically when we had our new HVAC system installed. Apparently we didn't have heat in the building for a number of years. That was what I was told. We always wondered why our bill was so cheap. I was pretty proud of it. I think I spent less at work than I did at my house in heating costs. We thought we had the most efficient building on earth. Apparently we didn't actually have any heat or air conditioning in the building. So we need.
How's that even possible? I've been in your building. It's not cold or hot. And if it's comfortable, why the hell did we even put a system in? If apparently everybody was comfortable as it is, it really sounds weird to me.
Well, everybody wasn't comfortable. There was an immense amount of complaining in terms of use of the court boardroom there. And I think that's what spurred the change. I understand that our HVAC system was coming to end of life, and it was one of these things that if you didn't change it before it dies, that it would have been a critical incident.
Okay.
At least that's my understanding of it. So again, so now maintenance and repairs, you know, we ask them to do certain things, but most of those expenditures are managed by Andy. If you go down to meals for prisoners, that line is low, as well as what you'll see that sort of goes hand in hand with the revenue line for prison transports. We get reimbursed by Westchester County. We don't, you know, we still need money for that, because in the event that someone comes in, particularly if they haven't eaten or if they have to be with us for a longer period of time, we have prisoner meals. They're from the diner and they're contracted out each year, but we're just not holding people. With bail reform, there's nobody staying in the police station. Most people get a ticket, they're on their way.
Can we go
far
back
less
to
impact.
maintenance and repair? The 10, is that
Sure.
$10 million line? What is that? What am I looking
No,
at?
that's
Control
the total. That's the total for civilian staff and police officers.
So you went from 10,151, so that's pretty consistent. I mean, it just goes up a little bit here and there. Okay.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
So meals for prisoners, I mean, we do sometimes have the need for meals, but we don't really have prisoners. So now this goes into animal control. I think this is animal control, right, Dale? What am I looking at? Oh, no, this is for parking. I'm sorry. Animal control comes after. So I don't really know what overtime, those are zeroed out. So I don't know what the overtime was. There's a line for repair of parking meters. Maddie has been working immensely. She's incredibly hard on getting this up and running. So hopefully we can move away from the meters we've got and make our transition to our next phase of parking. And that would save the trouble with that. 3389.
This is a marine unit.
That's marine unit, right? Yeah. So 3389 deals with all the things for the boat. In certain years, some of that is reimbursable from the state. We won't know until the season comes to what extent.
How
they're
often do you take the
reimbursing
boat
people.
out for issues on the water?
So in terms of call outs for emergencies, handful of times a year, between 5 and 10, probably, that there's like emergency calls in this immediate area. We do a lot more patrolling on a regular basis. A couple of different things we do in the springtime when the stripers start running and the fishermen are out and the water is very, very cold. We'll go around and do checks and encourage people to wear their PFDs, because that's a critical life safety thing. If you fall into the water in March and April or whatever time they started, I think it's March, you know, it's an immediate hypothermia issue. And we've had that in the past where some of our officers have made rescues there. Likewise, things like boating and drinking and boating in the summertime, we're, you know, looking for out there. And in the fall time, when it gets cold again, similarly out looking for people to make sure that folks have their flotation devices.
I mean, so
on.
that's helpful, but you have a handful of calls a year, basically, and the rest is preemptive, really, to prevent.
The rest is proactive, yeah.
Yeah, to prevent drunk driving on the boat, which
Correct.
from what I understand is a huge problem in this country. I'm sure it's elsewhere too. So it's preventive.
It
Great.
is, and we work with the Coast Guard and do inspection days and things like that so that we have
Great.
those other resources. Yep. So that's all the boat lines.
Well,
What else we got?
hopefully
there?
one day
Yep.
you'll get a electric boat. There is a company in Brooklyn, a startup that's working on that for police, to do electric boats, which I think is sort of cool.
Sure. So this is animal control. So this is empty right now. A couple different things that are going on. There's still some discussions to be had with how we're shuffling the CSEA and what positions are available for them. But one of the things that we've actively done is we've sent 4 officers out to get certified as animal control officers simultaneously. It's an online course that you can do. We got this from Port Chester, who's effectively done it. So we have 4 officers that are being trained, and we have, they're putting a whole process together where they're going to work with the clerk's office in order to promote dog licensing and be doing checks and follow-up visits and all those kind of things to really sort of make that program work. It doesn't necessarily
This
come out
is
of this
really,
line. It's
I
actually
was
a
not
cost
aware of
savings.
this, Chief, by the way. I was not aware that you did that. So this is great, in my opinion.
Well, we hadn't, they're not done with training yet, so we were saving it for that, but here we are. So not a bad time to talk about it, but yeah, so they're undergoing level 1 and level 2 animal control officer training. And then, you know, once we have their whole protocol written out, then we'll make a sort of more formal announcement of that.
Yeah, I actually think, Karen, this should be board on the virtual board, because I think there's lots of people who own dogs and cats. And like everyone except me in my neighborhood, like literally everyone. And I think this is great information, and there's so much misunderstood about this topic. And I don't think we do enough to say, hey, you know, we actually proactively look at this. Not every municipality does. So so no, I think this really, we should, not saying we have to do a press release. I just think that we have to let people know.
Sure.
So this is very much appreciated.
I'm
sorry, Chief,
yeah.
before you continue on that one. So you have 4 police officers doing the training, and you said it was virtual training?
Correct, it's online.
How much is that costing?
I believe it was $400 an officer.
Okay, thank you.
So under 3510, all those things were Mauro Santucci. They're actually just one individual there, but again, personnel, overtime, longevity, sick incentive. There was a small amount of office supplies and miscellaneous attributed to that. Ordinarily, a lot of the things he was ordering were just coming out of the police department budget. The SPCA fees, that is a contract that the village signs with the SPCA. So that's outside of my, I don't negotiate that. So it's on my budget, but it's not something that I negotiate. We simply pay the bill. So that's uniforms, in-service training, all those things just go to animal control. Again, that's to deal with that person. A lot of that'll be absorbed by the police department, or how we parse out those CSEA positions once we get those figured out.
Can
All right,
I ask
yeah,
a question here of Karen and Dale with the chief here? So this is the village budget. We don't really ever get the mirror of the town. So I assume like animal control, that applies to village and town, correct?
Correct.
it's within the IMA that we provide
Correct.
animal control to them.
So if we could board it, I don't think we make the decision on the budget the way I understand it, based on, hey, let's look at the IMA. But every year we have this sort of point, and each department knows what they're doing and how they're allocating. And I have every faith that it's being done well. But I do think I'd like to have a separate meeting on one of the Wednesdays. I'd like to get a better understanding of the IMAs. It's sort of long overdue. I'm not here to negotiate them right at this budget meeting. That's not my goal. My goal is to learn how departments are allocating, because we get very much our coin. It's not even one side of the coin. It's, I guess, to be existential about it, it's a coin of a town and a village, and we only get one side of it. But you could also just say, this is our budget, and it's the taxes that village residents pay. But the truth is, people live in the village also live in the town. And so somewhere we need to have a conversation about it, so we can at least learn what we know, what we don't know. So, and I'd like it by department, frankly. It doesn't have to be now. It could be a topic for a Wednesday. Thanks, Chief.
Yep.
I
All right, so
didn't
revenue.
interrupt. It just that it brought to my mind how much of this, there's probably a similar exact mirror image with different numbers for the town.
So revenue lines, so prisoner transports, you can see those have gone down dramatically. Very rarely is anybody committed to the county jail or held there. So that's a reimbursement line that we would get for when officers have to transport somebody. We don't expect there to be too many of those based on what we did in 2021, plus or minus, but that's about where we're at. So police fees, report copies, that is almost exclusively coming from, this is a program that Lieutenant Damiano started. We have a contract with a company called LexisNexis that does Crash Logic. And what they offer, there's a couple of different ways you can get an accident report. In many municipalities, you have to walk into a police station to get it. For us, you can send an email to records@austinpolice.com and get it perfectly free during business hours. If you're intent on getting your accident report 24/7, 365, you can go to Crash Logic, you can pull your report, but there's a fee associated with that, and we generate revenue from that through that company. The real reason for having that is that insurance companies do not email us and ask for a report, will not call us. They're going to LexisNexis either way, so it allows us to generate revenue from that request. So photographs, nobody, we've put an expectation of revenue in there. We haven't had a request for photographs in years. And really with everything being digital now, in the event that we have to send photographs somewhere, there's really, there's not a major option for revenue there. For taxi cab inspections, you can see that it went up. Working with the clerk's office, they changed the process for that this year. I know that the board had changed some of the code there in terms of who's required to have an inspection or how those are charged, and that's the reason for the increase in revenue there.
So why are you only putting in 1,000 on something that you already are at 1155 for this year? Do you predict it'll be smaller?
Yeah, my understanding is that some of those taxis are not coming back.
And it's mostly the bulk is done this year. So that's most of the revenue that we're going to receive for 2021.
Okay.
So
We can move on.
non-criminal.
This is
Sure.
pennies in the budget. We don't need to
Okay.
spend. That's
So
more
fingerprints,
informational.
nobody does ink fingerprints anymore. So it's something we always did as a courtesy. We generated a little bit of revenue from it. False alarms, we just mail out. We send the clerk's office the notices, or finance. Now it'll be the clerk's office. They do the billing for that.
Where do people get fingerprinted now?
Almost exclusively electronically, and most people go to one of the vendors. There's private vendors, Identigo, or the UPS store actually does it. But in order for us to become a vendor of that, it's not cost effective. It's like a $25,000 software upgrade, and then you'd have to charge people, where we were charging $35 for ink prints, we would have to charge, I believe, at least $100 to do electronic prints, and that money, I think $90 of it goes to the state. It's not a good investment.
So for background checks for employees, you don't need fingerprints?
We do. We send them out and they get them done at a private place and they pay for them.
Okay.
So for parking meters, we expect there to be an uptick here for a variety of reasons. Obviously, Maddie's got a lot of stuff going on. We think with changes in staff and the option to park with the app and different enforcement mechanisms, there should be a quick increase in that. I'm optimistic that we're going to go well above that projection, but I think that's a safe estimate in order to balance the budget out. So the IMA is our contract with the town that goes through, we'll be going into our final year, I believe, in 2022. So 2023 is when we're set to renegotiate. So that's our final year in that. That number is from that contract. And then fines and forfeitures really are, they're a bit outside of our control. We write a number of tickets, they get sent to the court, and what fines are levied against people are there. Those are our projections. We see that going up because we expect to be doing more efficient enforcement with the new parking system going in. And then interfund transfers, that's really a Dale thing.
That's the alarm monitoring. Are we ready to flip to capital?
Sure. So I am, if they're.
Where are we on the timing? I got it.
I'm
Karen, where
over.
are we?
We are
So right now we're at the time limit. We already told Bill to come at 11:30 and we'll just shorten our break a little bit.
Okay, let's keep going.
But let's go through and we can still probably maintain close to schedule.
Okay.
So I have 4 things on my capital here. The first one being marked police cars. Really, the first 2 go together, marked and unmarked police cars. We're looking for 3 marked and 1 unmarked. The 1 unmarked car would specifically replace the vehicle driven by our youth officer, which is at, I believe he's north of 120,000 miles. Generally in police miles, we stop somewhere around 70,000 is considered the useful life of a police vehicle. He is well outside of that.
Why do you need an unmarked car for the youth officer versus a marked car is my question, not whether you need a car or not. That wasn't.
Well, so unmarked cars are less expensive. And that's one of the reasons, but detectives have always driven unmarked cars because it allows them, particularly if you're transporting youth anywhere, putting them in an unmarked car tends to be a more easy and familiar type environment than taking somebody in a marked police car with a cage in it. And we're not supposed to put people in the
That's
front seat of it.
interesting. I would not have thought of that lens. I was looking at it from a different lens of having community police presence. So that's an interesting, different point of view. And I think it's a very logical point of view. I think that is like a really important point. So grateful for that. Thank you.
So we're still pending. I think 2 more marked cars that are still due for 2020 that we haven't been able to get yet. We're looking for 3 more. As I said before, we're down 7 marked cars right now between cars that are, and the ones that are existing beyond that are not in tremendously good shape. So it is absolutely critical that we get vehicles at this point. And the problem is that even in the best of scenarios, if we're given these cars in the budget right now, realistically, I don't know that we'll get them before budget time next year in terms of delivery. So that's what we're looking for there. Our other 2 large projects, I'm sorry, if you have questions on cars?
No, I have a different question. I'm going to save that for another time.
Okay. So
Sorry,
the other 2 projects
I'm writing
I have
something
are,
down as I'm talking, so you're
Sure,
hearing me
sure.
saying okay because I'm writing it down. Typing in something.
So the other 2 projects we have here are police radio infrastructure, and the program we have right now, we have analog radios that we manage all of the receivers and transmitters within the village. So we actually have our own radio system here. The problem is that Motorola and our vendors have told us that this is coming to end of life and needs to be fully replaced. To fully replace a radio system, the quote that we got most recently was in the range of $1.5 million with an incredibly high annual maintenance to keep these things up. They're recommending go to digital system where they're talking about a $200,000 or $300,000 a year maintenance contract on these things in order to provide for all the infrastructure. As long as I've been alive, I've heard that there's always going to be some agency that's going to come up with a shared service where we can all get on the same radio system, and MTA has accomplished this. So the money that's in this budget right now would be a one-time purchase. We would have to replace all of our portable radios, which can cost anywhere from about $1,000 to $5,000 per radio, depending on which model people buy. I don't think we need the $5,000 model. I think we can get the lower one. And that's what this reflects. And we would have to replace all the car radios and the desk models that we're transmitting from headquarters with. However, we would no longer be responsible to maintain all of the infrastructure. So it would be a digital encrypted system, all top of the line stuff. And I can't speak specifically to who's doing it, but I can tell you that from talking to the chiefs, I could name 5 other departments that are intent on joining that program within the next year. So this appears to be the trend. We're all trying to get on the digital program that MTA is maintaining, and this budget line would afford us the opportunity to purchase the equipment so that we could join on that. The annual maintenance on that, there's two different items that could come up depending on how we choose to proceed with this. In one option, I believe the quote they gave us was $5,000 a year in contribution towards their maintenance of it per municipality. The only other added expense you could have there is that what radio systems are going to is an LTE model, which means that your radio would actually also work on cell phone frequencies, so that in the event that you were in a location where you don't have the ability to communicate, you would switch over off the radio system onto LTE and be able to continue transmitting. This is a major, major issue for us, because right now, if you've ever had the opportunity to listen to our radio system and people are in certain areas of town where radio reception is not good, you just get garbled static on the radio and you can't hear what somebody's saying. In the event of an emergency, that could be life and death.
How many years what's the life of this investment? Because we're talking about a $700,000 investment here.
No, two different projects. Yep.
$400,000.
So $400,000. So in terms of the life of the radios, if you ask the manufacturer, they tell you 7 years. If you ask us, I can tell you that the radio that I'm carrying is 20 years old. We can get significantly more than what the.
And when was the last time we did a changeover
portable
for
radios? Portable radios?
Yeah.
Never in my career. We've been using these since.
Somehow I feel like we did radios. Maybe that was the fire department, not the police.
Well, the fire department's gotten some radio upgrades in terms of their infrastructure, but I know that 6 years ago we replaced one of the receivers, and it was a significant cost that went up in the water tower. We have a lot of equipment in the Browning water tower up there.
Okay. What's the records management system for?
So records management system is that so right now we're on Impact. Impact is the vendor. It's the software company that we use. We're on Impact 2. Impact 2 stopped being supported last year. They're on Impact 3. Impact 3 is an absolute nightmare, and anybody that has it is getting rid of it. The company's been sold several times, and there's not a police department I can find anywhere in America that's willing to work with that vendor anymore. Being that we're still on Impact 2, which is no longer supported, we have to get off this. So we've been looking at options and what we can do. Westchester County, the chiefs got together and county police did an RFP. Unfortunately, the product that they came back with, I don't believe is going to be suitable for us, because it doesn't include electronic dispatch. which we absolutely have to have. It's something we have now, and we'd be giving it up to do that. And at that point, you'd have to have a whiteboard to keep track of where all your cars and ambulances and fire trucks are at the time. So potentially there could still be, or could have been some cost savings if, you could get 45 police departments to join together. It doesn't appear that's going to be the case. So we've been looking at other RMS systems, and this is the number that we've found to be suitable to go with. We'd have to do an RFP for this on our own. But this is the number that we would need in order to get a new records management system. And it's something you absolutely have to be a police department. It goes right in line with, having uniforms, cars, and a building. It's the foundation of everything we do is our report writing software.
Okay. I don't know why that's a capital expense, actually.
So it has
why is this a capital expense?
Well, that's the one-time build out for your system. In the initial installation of it, it's a one-time expense. After that, there's a software contract that's significant year over year. So a lot of these are in the range of, we've heard by way of rumor that people are spending $100,000 a year just on their annual software contract for this, for small jobs. My expectation is it would be somewhere in the range of $50,000 a year after that, but that's the first year build out, and that's the reason I put it in capital.
All right. And did you say when you were speaking quickly that this is management also for the police, the fire, and something else, or was that just an example? That this
So
is
we
only for
dispatch,
police?
we dispatch fire as well. And we do have to keep track of, we don't dispatch for ambulance, they're dispatched by 60 Control, but nonetheless, we have to keep track of what assets are on different locations. So yes, we also keep track of them as our dispatchers sending resources, they're keeping track of the ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? That's it for your capital.
Well, so I have one other thing. When we spoke last week, the board had expressed an interest in having some other kind of project that can be helpful. And having gotten that last minute, I've set my staff off looking for, and I'd spoken to Dale, but I didn't have the opportunity to add it into the budget. One of the things that I'd love an opportunity to be able to discuss with the board is the possibility of adding car cameras back in. We had these a number of years ago. We transitioned away from them in order to go to body cameras because the car cameras, the hardware wasn't doing what it was expected to do, and you had a loss of video if anybody left the frame. At this point, Axon's got a program that's reasonably affordable, and I have a number for the project. I don't know if it's too late to add that into capital to be considered.
How much is it, and what does a car camera do?
So the price to outfit all of our marked units would be $35,000. It would add something of I believe the contract was $7,000 a year in data that would have to add onto our software line after the first year. But what the car camera would do, it's made by Axon. It's called Axon Fleet. And essentially what would this would allow us to do is have our taser, our body camera, our car camera, and our car all working together. So when an officer goes, and particularly in traffic enforcement or anything else, they see an infraction, they turn the lights on in their car. We already have the modules in the car that when you turn the lights on, it turns on your body camera. When you turn the lights on, it would turn on your car camera and your body camera. So the view you would have is of the actual infraction. We could be collecting evidence. Also, when you're on a car stop right now, if you're looking at a car stop, anybody's ever watched the body cam footage, you're only seeing from an officer's chest. And it's good footage, and the audio is really incredibly important. But the problem is you can't get this bigger perspective of what's going on. And what the car camera allows you to do is catch that footage. It also allows you to record in the car so that when you have to take somebody into custody, there is a certain safety, there's a safeguard here in being able to record that transport. The camera turns around and films inside the car on the way back so that when you have somebody in custody, all of that's recorded too. It really is the expectation in recording is that you'd have all of these different products. What we've done is tried to do what we could under the budget we have. And this is an expansion of that to try and get us up to speed to what the real standard would be.
I don't remember who on the board actually asked for this, but sounds
not it wasn't this specifically.
Oh, what was it specifically that
the
you
conversation? The conversation we had was that in budget that I should come with projects that are something that can help move forward with reform and something the board can support. So this was something that I added after that conversation.
Okay, so can we put this? If you get us more specs, can the village manager just put this on the virtual board? It sounds to me like the chief is saying it's also a more logical and better way to help with some of the requests from the police reform, possibly. And that, I guess the question I have for you, if I have a camera in my car, can I also observe the sidewalk from that, or only where the police officer is facing? Does it work in other words?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay. You're putting cameras in a car, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and it's being connected to the body camera, et cetera. So it seems to me like a fuller view of the activity of whatever's happening, right?
Correct. Yes.
Adds a bit of security also to the police officer in the car. So it seems to me the camera is probably like one of these cameras that moves, it would seem.
It does.
Okay. If I'm sitting in my car and I want to, as a police officer, I'm not leaving my car, can I control the camera that I can actually see what's going on something happening on the sidewalk, which is a 45-degree angle from my car? Can you move the camera
So,
regardless of where you're
can-
standing? Is it, or is it only in conjunction with where you as a police officer are standing?
I believe that this model of camera, because it has a wide angle lens, you're catching 180 degrees, that I don't believe this one's movable in terms of left to right. I think it has actually a flip camera for inside the car, so it's going forwards and backwards at the same time. I don't believe so. So the concern is, well, I just wanted to go back to one thing. One of the things you said is that the camera inside the car would be for the protection of the officer. That's not necessarily what I meant. What I actually mean is that for the protection of the person riding in the car, to be able to record
I think I
them.
thought it was more like I said security, not maybe I used the word
Right.
protection. I didn't mean that.
Sure.
But thanks
Sure,
for
absolutely.
clarifying it. Yeah.
But in terms of line of sight and view,
Yeah.
I mean, anytime you have a fixed camera, there's always a concern that it's just not going to be where you want it to be. That's why the body cam, when you get out, is going to capture whatever you're looking at. But for sure, there's always going to be a blind spot. One of the concerns for those in times where police officers didn't like cameras is that if you had a movable camera, that they would move it off and then it wouldn't be filming something.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Got it.
I mean, we had car cameras for a long time, and it was a very successful program. We transitioned to body cameras because of the issue that you'd get out of the car and go into a house and you'd have the audio, but all you'd be looking at was the street.
No, I get it. All right,
Yeah.
so more to come on that. I don't want to take up more time. I get it.
Sure.
You know, I'm not saying I'm in support of it because I can't speak for all five of us, but it's certainly, I think, worthwhile to place that in. This may not work with my goal of reducing budget if I keep saying, please add more things, but you're talking about 35,000 plus 7,000 a year is what I'm hearing.
Correct.
Okay, if we could put that on the virtual board for further discussion, that would be really helpful. Are you done, Chief?
That's it for me.
Okay.
I
I
actually
want to
have,
go around the gallery to see if there are any questions for the chief, please.
thanks. I have just one question, I guess. Chief, have you looked or have you talked to our senator or the assembly person in regards to grants that will facilitate some of the stuff that you have here? Because several years back, you and I met at that time with Senator Carlucci, and there were some programs in there where you can ask, for grant money that the state had. Have you looked into that, or if or maybe you could look into that? Because at that time it was infrastructure.
Yeah, all the grants we've ever seen were for infrastructure on the building, and it wasn't applicable to anything we were doing. I mean, we can certainly have somebody reach out and ask.
Okay. Is the state, is the county doing anything in regards to the radios? Because you and I talked about radios a long time ago. And,
Yeah.
Okay, so this county's not doing anything.
So to the best of my knowledge, no, it's been one of those things that next year for what I understand, 30 or 40 years, this has been talked about in terms of a large scale radio project. I mean, the county does a lot of things for a lot of people, but I don't think the radio project is a realistic thing to get done. And that's the reason everybody's looking to MTA, because they have it up and running right now.
So the $400,000 in regards to that, for the radio program itself, do we have to add equipment? Because right now we have repeaters, so we have repeaters in different locations.
We don't have to put those up. So the agreement with MTA is that they have topography maps already, which is what we're going over right now to make sure that all the areas are covered. They've actually made upgrades in certain jurisdictions in order to fill blank spots that weren't an issue for them, but maybe for the police department. The only equipment that we're seeking to buy with this is going to be the actual handheld radios that the police officers carry. the car radios, and our desk models in headquarters. We are not responsible to place any repeaters or transmitters or receivers.
Okay, but I guess if that's the case, we will be responsible to have an agreement with, and I'm talking about
Correct.
in a different level, sure, an agreement with
Yes.
MTA at that point to have different locations be done. Okay, all right. All right, thank you, Chief.
I have a comment. Axon seems to be the company that provides a lot of these services. I was just looking at the website. It's fascinating. They seem to be offering a whole suite of services that are integrated from their energy weapons, cameras, the interview systems, the body cams. They offer all this, right? Do they give you a package deal? Like if you-
We do have packages on some things. Some of the things we'd like to have packages on, but they would become like, for instance, there's a package program for the tasers, but it would take our $20,000 contract and make it $100,000 contract. So on certain things, yes, we package them together, and there is some savings incremental. I mean, again, I compare them to working with Apple, where they tell you if you buy everything together, there's some benefit to it, but it just seems to get more expensive. I mean, they are a top of the line company in this line of work, though.
I was just looking, they said, this isn't about budget. We can talk about it later, but I find it fascinating in terms of they think they can replace bullets with their taser weapons. I find that interesting. Do you think that's possible? Would you?
I mean, we've not fired a bullet in many years. And the taser, and I
So
think
the answer would be yes, Chief.
And I think that the taser
That's
in
good.
large part has become a use of force option that prevents higher levels of force. Yeah, I mean, it's not an end all be all to everything, but I think having more options is always the answer, and proper use of them. But the idea of having all Axon products is that if you turn on, so your taser has a power switch on it. When you power up the taser, that turns out, we have smart batteries in them, that turns on your body camera, it turns on your car camera.
I was
When your
thinking
car,
it all turns on together.
when your car is, the lights are activated on it, the module activates. If an officer walks within 30 feet of your car, their body camera gets turned on automatically just by being close to your car while you're in service.
And the advantage of putting the cameras back in the cars is it just gives you another perspective. It gives you more footage, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is this, the complaint will forever be that, if something's not on video, then it didn't happen. And really, that's the way prosecutions are going at this time. If it's not recorded, nothing you say is really relevant anymore. The more recording we have, the better we can show what really happened. And it works both ways. It's both an accountability measure and a prosecution issue.
Well, if it weren't for car cameras, we wouldn't have all that footage on YouTube about things happening.
Yeah, we're going to try not to put ours on YouTube, but certainly, I mean, when you talk about things like civilian complaints, the large majority of what we hear from most smaller municipalities results from things that occur on traffic stops. And to be able to film the infraction, the stop, the interaction from both the car, so you have the big picture plus the officer's perspective from their chest, at least, which isn't always the greatest video. Those things are important. And I think that really helps to give people a perspective on what's really going on. And if we really want to be able to make sure that we're doing the best that we can for folks in this community, I think this is another way to ensure that.
Does Axon have a competitor in the marketplace?
There are a few others. One of the things that we found, so I can't speak to everybody that does this, but one of the reasons that we went with Axon body cameras over one of the competitors is that the memory is sealed in Axon. The other one had an SD card. And not that I would suspect that anybody in my department would do this, but why put somebody in a position where they allow the SD card to fall out, or they lose it, or it wasn't in and you don't have something. So, we really like Axon because it's foolproof. You take it out of the dock, you put it on, it's ready. When you're at the end of your tour, you put it back in the dock, it uploads everything. When you pull your car into the parking lot, all the video uploads to the cloud automatically as you pull in the parking lot.
Wow.
And they have, by and large, the best tracking mechanism as well. So everything goes into a software solution called evidence.com that all this is attached to. So your interview room, your taser data, the actual data from the electronics in the taser, your body cam, all these things goes into evidence.com. So we don't have to burn CDs anymore to give to the district attorney's office. We can do everything electronically that way, but everything is tracked with an audit log. that there are times for media releases that you may crop down a video so that you're only giving them a portion of, the relevant portion of. If you do that, every single thing you do is tracked. There's redaction software in there, so you can blur faces in the event that you have to do a media release of some of this. The redaction software will show what you've redacted and who did it and when. And so in terms of the integrity of the evidence that we're keeping, they appear to be, head and shoulders above everybody else.
Axon really is state-of-the-art industry leader in this. I'm just asking because, it reminds me of Burton Snowboards was the ones everybody said was the greatest company. So Axon seems to be, it might not be the cheapest, but it certainly seems like the best, right?
I'm not a salesman for Axon, but that's been my feeling. Yeah, we've had a good relationship with them, and they make products that are easy to use.
Okay.
Or does anybody else have any questions?
Yes. If I'm reading this correctly, for this year, it's somewhere between 284,000. It's about $300,000, the amount of revenue that we expect in fines and forfeitures, right? Out of about a $3 million budget. I don't know to what extent, and I've never really heard conversation about this. To what extent are the revenues from fines and forfeitures the kind of thing that make up a meaningful enough part of the budget that if it starts to fall behind, like for example, what we're seeing here decreases in various ways, how that affects the way that the department does its job?
So in terms of like managing a police department, as a chief, when I sit with the board, I look a lot at revenue because we want to balance things out like that. But as a manager of people, when I go back, we really don't use fines and forfeitures as our metrics. So what we want to be looking at, you certainly can't have quotas on anybody. So we're not telling anybody to go out and do any number of things, but we want to see officer activity. So we track how many tickets have you written, how many movers, how many parkers, how many arrests have you made. We're certainly not encouraging arrests or looking forward to arrests, but they happen. And we want to make sure that you're doing the things that you're tasked with doing, you go out there. So it's sort of a holistic perspective of what are you doing? And the questions that you ask are, hey, listen, if you came in with no parking tickets today, maybe that means everybody did exactly what they were supposed to do, but I need you to tell me about that now. So tell me about how everyone parked perfectly today. Tell me how no one committed a vehicle and traffic infraction in 8 hours in front of you. Those are the questions that we start asking. So it's sort of dealt with in a more small scale, day to day with the sergeants and, over longer periods with the lieutenants, and then obviously from a big picture at my level, but a lot less focus on fines and forfeitures. We certainly, one of the things I say to people often is that we don't, people will say sometimes, oh, you should go out and write tickets because, this is a big fundraiser for you. We don't write tickets as a fundraiser. We write tickets for public safety. So not to say that we're not concerned about the revenue, but our motivation in doing those things is never going to be to raise money. It's always going to be to make things more safe. So in terms of how fines and forfeitures would interact with our management of people, it's not that they're not considered, but not quite as much as the day-to-day activity to try and find out. We look at how many traffic accidents do you have, and then how much traffic enforcement are we doing? And ideally, if you have a lot of accidents, more enforcement should reduce those numbers. We try to track where the accidents are. A new records management system would really help in being able to pinpoint where accidents are, because our software doesn't do that. It just gives broad areas. And those are the kind of things that we look at.
That's really helpful. I appreciate that, Chief. The last piece for me is there was a conversation that was happening during the police reform work where the idea was, should resources from the police department be spent on kind of social services or like work that the police is doing that is really more like social work be put, the problem, of course, being one of, all right, what the police department are the only ones that are around weekends, evenings, holidays, all the time. And the public knows about. And so when someone has a mental health issue in their family or the community, they're calling the police. They're not calling the local social worker. I'm curious to whatever extent, as you're meeting with other chiefs and so forth, that conversation has advanced. Is there any movement in trying to get that scope so that y'all can focus more on the kind of work that you're more trained for?
Yeah, a little bit. So Westchester County has committed to not necessarily a full-blown crisis team, but they're intending on putting mobile units spread throughout the county, and that's the start. It's a good start. It's not a solution, but it's a good start. So hopefully if they're there, I still hear it being presented as a dual response that we're going to be going with them. It's a step up from them not showing up at all. So certainly the Department of Mental Health is making a significant effort towards this. I think we have a long way to go with that. I think there's a lot that needs to be changed. I think for the foreseeable future, we will remain your Swiss Army knife of government, that when people need something and it's after hours, we're going to be the people that go. I mean, I can tell you, and I think Karen will back me up on this, I press staff regularly on, do you really need a cop there? Not because we don't want to go to stuff, but because we raised this issue of like, hey, look, is there an alternative solution to sending a cop on that job? We'll go, but we want to make sure that we're considering this at all times. So yes, there's been some move. We're looking at it in everything we do. It's hard sometimes because my nature has always been to not tell people what you can't do, but tell them what you can. And when I sit in meetings and say, do you really want me to go to that? Why don't you get somebody else for that? That's hard because that's not who I am, but we're trying our best to keep in mind that those are the kind of solutions we're looking for. So working towards it, but it's going to be a long road to change it's really changing the concept of what law enforcement is in our community, not just in Ossining. It's the whole concept of what is law enforcement, how does government operate? So slow but steady process, I would say.
Thank you, Chief. The very last comment that I'll say is that I am in support of the car cams. I think that for all the reasons that the chief named and more, it is good for the public. It's good for officers. There's just a lot of upside. And so I'm a big supporter of that. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you, everybody. So we do have Bill here, but we've been doing this for 2.5 hours, a little over. So I want to just suggest we take a brief break, 5 minutes, and then resume at, that will bring us to, let's just say 11:50, 11:48, but 11:50, and then we can start with Bill. We're a little behind, but I think we'll be able to catch up. It's always more important that we get the information done, and we have a little bit of flexibility to if we have to move things around. So. All right, so I'll see you guys at 11:50.
Sorry, Karen, I just want to remind everyone to just turn off your camera and mute, but don't log out.
Ah, good point. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, do not log out. Mute and Hello.
I'm here.
Okay, so just as a heads up, as we're moving forward during our break, I flipped the budget over so it comes into the final column. Just because it's helpful if you're trying to look at the percent.
Is everybody back?
From year to year.
Yes, we're getting ready to get started. We're all back.
So Bill, that's the change from, no numbers changed. It just added the percent column in from what I had sent you.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Karen, I think you need to unmute.
Okay, I think everybody's here, so why don't we get started?
All right. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
So the first line is a weeds and grass line. So you use this line for weed control, Bill?
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Usually mainly for the sidewalks.
Right. Okay, your second line starts off your park department. So we have all of your fabulous park gentlemen in here, along with a piece of you, because you do get charged out across multiple lines. So the percentages are in here. One of the changes is proposed to change the CSA group from a 4 to a 5. So that's a groundkeeper to a laborer, and a group 9 to a 10. So those two lines are down on the bottom. The overtime line, we adjusted up a little bit in accordance to trends that have been happening. Longevity is based on whoever has hit the 10-year mark in accordance with the CSCA contract. You have a small amount in for out of title, sick pay incentive. We go off of prior years allocations of actuals. Health stipend, we do have one individual. It's different for the CSCA or management contract. That's only Bill, and I have to fix where you got charged for the first half. I will look into that. The part-time line included 4 part-timers originally, and then added 3 part-timers for 2021. We are not done with the year. So as leaf season is upon us, I'm sure this amount will go up for the actual expenses for the year. You have a line in for your part-time ranger. Do you want to expand upon that, Bill?
That's 40-hour a week seasonal position, which is we need to get somebody in there that's going to help in make people aware of the rules in the parks. It's become an issue over the past year. about rules not being followed, such as smoking and dogs on leashes. So that's an important position. So that's seasonal. It's usually from mid-May through September.
Sorry, I was on mute while I was talking. What's the relationship, Bill, hello, between the ranger and the police department?
Kevin and I did speak about that. The relationship is that the ranger will address the public, and if the public is non-compliant with what the ranger is requesting, that they notify the police department, and the police will come and deal with the matter.
Okay, on the following page, we have additional contractual items for personnel. The 201 line is Bill's equipment. Some of it is just standard annual regular stuff, and then he has a few specialty items in there. So Bill, if you'd like to talk about those.
Right, so the big item is the equipment trailer. This is a larger trailer that allows us to move our Kubota tractor instead of driving it from place to place, which is not really ideal. It puts more miles onto the tractor. It's slow. It's something that really shouldn't be on the highways. So this trailer is going to allow us to get it onto the trailer. We don't have a trailer currently large enough to transport it. The other big ticket item on there is the salt spreader. That's something that we have, but it's very old. It is rusting out, and it just needs to be replaced.
And also the lawnmower.
Lawnmower, yeah, the lawnmower is a big ticket item. Our lawnmowers are, that's going to replace one, I believe it's a 2008 lawnmower. So it's that lawnmower that we have has done its service more than it was expected to, but we do need to replace it. We're starting to put a lot of money in towards the maintenance of that lawnmower.
Great. The electricity line was adjusted in accordance with doing a trend analysis. So that's across all electric lines, all departments as we go along. I also did it for heat and unleaded and diesel fuel. So we have a small amount in here for professional dues and meetings. Vehicle operating expenses, small amount in there for that as well. Our unleaded lines, our diesel lines, materials and supplies, and maintenance and repair for buildings and grounds. Those are all staying at 0% increase. Uniforms and leasing for the porta potties. Repairs to vehicles and equipment also has no increase. And repairs and maintenance of equipment as well is staying at a 0% increase. Maintenance of ball fields and lights, we did increase that slightly by $500. Repair and maintenance of park facilities, we did increase from $13,000 in 2021 to $18,000 for the 2022 budget. Beautification, we added a little bit from prior year, 22,000 to 25,000. Additional baskets and barrels are being requested for 2022. Maintenance of tennis courts went down slightly. Tree service, we did increase from 10,000 to 15,000. Per Bill's request. Do you have anything to add for that, Bill?
Well, we have a lot of dead ash trees in the parks that need to come down. So that's really the big increase. We just recently took down about 12 trees around the community center alone this year, and there's more to do in the different parks, the Vets Park, as well as I believe there's like a couple at Snowden too that need to come down. So that's in addition to the regular tree work that we need to do, a lot of branch work that we can't do. We can't get up there. The bucket truck is required and the tree professional needs to do. So that's the reason for the increase.
Okay.
So, thank you, Dale. If I
Yep.
may, and maybe we
Sure.
virtual board this, Karen. So I know that somebody actually got hurt doing some work, like a tree, something. So I think that you do need professionals on one hand. On the other hand, I want to look at the tree service companies that we use. I don't know who we're using as vendors, if it's one local vendor or not. So I just like to get a sense of who gets all this work and if there's any competitive bidding going for any of this work.
There is
And
competitive
if they
bidding
have
for it.
Arbor, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Don't put it on the don't put it on the virtual board because that just answered the question.
Okay.
Great. So the next Department 7140 is Recreation Administration. So this is all our recreation regular program.
Can you enlarge that, Dale?
Oh,
I'm
yes,
sorry.
yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks for the
Thank you.
reminder. So a piece of bill gets charged here. Sorry, Bill. Our new individual, Michael Wisniewski. I don't want to mess that up. Lou's Brenna Artis. And then we have a vacant office assistant, which I believe we just filled. Is that correct, Bill?
Billed as of Monday,
As
Sophia.
of Monday, yes. So fabulous. So I can change that. So it's in there when we finalize the budget and bring it over. The overtime line is staying the same. Longevity decreased for retirement. Out of title, we have a small amount in there, as well as for sick pay. And then we have our part-time lines. So this is for all of our after-school, evening and weekend programs. Plus we have an additional amount in there for the screener for recreation.
What's the screener again?
The person that is at the front door checking people's memberships as they come in, because now we have the one entrance to the community center. That person we've had that person there since we've opened after COVID. Just controlling who comes in and out of the building.
The screeners also are in all buildings and it's a COVID requirement right now, but post-COVID, there'll probably be a similar function for security issues and management too, so.
That was going to be my question because let's assume that at some point in our lives, so it's just a funny word because it really should say more. We should call it something else. Although screener, I guess, is just as good whether it's COVID or screening people as they come in. For security, maybe it is the right word, but that's what I was hoping you were going to say, that this stays in place going forward. Our buildings have been pretty open, although you could look at cameras that do the same thing from a security point of view, but a human is probably best anyway. So what do you do when they're on vacation?
Those are rotating.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
No, I was just gonna say we cover it just like with other screeners, or if we have to staff full-time and part-time staff.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So on the next page, we have a amount in for a computer or scanner or printer, depending on what breaks. 13,000 is for your online community pass software portal, telephone and internet.
Is that contractual? Yeah, it is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I just can't see the word contractual, that's all. Okay.
Telephone and internet, we adjusted in accordance with actual expenditures. Over the years, we haven't really adjusted that correctly, so we're playing catch up on that one, so we should be good going forward. Electricity was also increased along with heat with the analysis, printing and postage. You are currently budgeting $1,500. You expended 1117 to date. So should be in line for that one, Bill.
Yep, correct.
Office and supplies expense, no increase there. Your copier lease is on the next page. That actually decreased a bit with the new copier lease that's in place. Professional dues and meetings, no increase along with vehicle operating expenses. Maintenance, repair, buildings and grounds, we decreased a bit in accordance with actual expenditures that have been occurring. Additionally, if we do the upgrades, hopefully this line is not hit too much in that regard. Training, school and education, no increase. Repairs to vehicles and equipment, we have a small amount budgeted that stayed the same. The next page is for your elevator contracts and for emergency potentials that might come up, so that we're covered in that line. Also for HVAC. 7141 department. This is for the pool. So another piece of bill is over here, along with Katrina. And I believe, did you hire a lifeguard?
We have a candidate who
Not
has
yet.
accepted, yes.
Okay, great. So I will update that line. We have a small amount in for overtime, only one individual for longevity.
How much overtime do we do? Where was that? I'll go back.
We are at $743.53 currently for the current year.
Well, that's because, all right, you budget every year for 5,000. Now you had a lot of overtime at one point, and it's 5,000 came in, and then the actual for this year, 2021, probably a weird year. So you keep budgeting 5,000 because you've only done it for 2 years, so you're not really sure if that's the right amount. You're taking a good guess. Okay.
That overtime too is just for Katrina and the lifeguard captain, and we've been without the lifeguard captain all year. That position's been vacant, so, and Katrina was out.
Okay, you know what? It's $5,000. I'm sure you guys, I don't know why a lifeguard captain gets overtime, but versus just staffing it correctly, but it's not enough money to really have a whole big discussion about it.
Bill, I noticed you were thinking about promoting Katrina to rec supervisor.
Yeah, I think that's something we're gonna wait on.
My husband loves Katrina. You know, he swims all the time.
Excuse
right
me,
here.
I just want to say one thing. We
You
are. a
can't
public
discuss
meeting,
this in a public meeting.
So when we are talking about specific, this is a public meeting, it's viewed by the public and it will be posted. So it's really not appropriate. So I'd like to not have any discussions about personnel.
I'm sorry.
If we can break for exec if you want to, but we have to just keep in mind that
if
we
you
have
want
to
to
break.
right. So Karen is right. At any point that you guys feel you want to discuss something of import, let me know and we will vote to either break for exec matter of personnel or legal or whatever. If you want information, you're allowed.
I'm sorry.
to
I
do
thought
that
if it was on the thing, we could talk about it. Sorry.
No, you can't talk about personnel publicly for a variety of reasons. And I also want to ask, staff too, just let's not, we don't really know what those things are going to look like going forward. So when those changes are made, we'll inform the board in executive session.
Yeah, we're also in the
Consider
budget.
removing all names then?
No, you
No.
have to tell the public
No.
what people are making
Okay.
because taxpayers are paying for it.
But the point is, we would never discuss somebody's future in an organization publicly.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay, not a problem. It's not a problem. I just want to be sensitive because that really
It's
is,
a good thing.
yeah.
And I also want to say that this is, even when we pass the budget, this is not a credit card on January 1 that staff goes and spends. This is our agreement to, based on information given to us, some of these people may not be here in a year. Some of them, we may get promoted. Not only personnel, some things we'll decide in February. Yeah, we approved the budget, but no, we don't want this being purchased at this point. We rather do something else. So people get confused, both in the public, the staff, and even new trustees. This is not a stamp that says, yeah, here's your credit card with $59 million. We've approved all this. We're approving a budget in order to understand what the tax rates are and everything else. And then we, as trustees, during the year can say we want to change this line item. It's more of a map than it is a carte blanche, go and spend the money and we've approved all this. So that goes all the way from capital to personnel to everything else. So just so the public hears it clearly. And the staff as well. All right, let's move on, Bill.
Okay.
So you have your part-time line for the pool program staff. Electric line, also part of the.
You can keep going. We're talking like minuscule numbers here.
Yep, sure. So here's all your regular maintenance, materials and supplies, chemicals for the pool, maintenance and repair to buildings and grounds, which we reduced in accordance with past activity. Your contractual services for buildings and grounds stayed the same. Pool operating expenses, we increased slightly. The amount expended for 2021 is up because we had to purchase 2 pumps. We have another recreation programming personnel line, overtime, sick pay, all the contractual items for that. Materials and supplies for recreation programming is staying the same. So this is where we're including an amount for the annual contract for the swim team coaching. So that line.
Dale?
Yes.
I'm sorry to bother, but buses, what do we use buses? It's all zeroed out, right? Because there was no busing under the pandemic. Is that why it's zero?
This was
busing.
Yep, this was actually for the recreation programs. So it was moved to 448.
Okay, but the line item in 73, what is that? 40. We'll go up. 6,000 budgeted. 0 spent. That's the summer that we didn't use transportation. There was no transportation to activities,
right?
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this year we didn't do it either.
Well, but you're asking for it in 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
In 21 we didn't. 20 and 20 we didn't, because 20 and 21 we did not because of COVID and the whole bus
Right,
issue.
but you're expecting to do it next summer. Okay.
Yes.
Well, you're budgeting 6,000 and that's what you're gonna have to stay within. It might go up, I don't know. Okay.
Right. The next line is to include for the swim team coaching. So that's slightly over the current year. We have a number in for instructors, but that amount has not increased from the prior year. 7315 is where we charge our camp expenses to. So we're anticipating hopefully a full camp program in 2022. Along with contractual expenses staying the same. Materials and supplies, no increases. Special recreation trips, no increases there. And then this is the busing for just the camp programs themselves. 7320 is our adult recreation. So we are increasing expenses for 2022 to hopefully be back up to pre-pandemic usage.
Sorry, Dale, before you
Yep.
go, you continue too far on that one. So, and we can go,
right.
we can talk about with more details, I guess, when we talked about fees. But the projections that you have in here in regards to revenue portion, is that based on the same amount of programs, price of the programs based on last year's, or is that an increase on the fees for this kind of programs?
Bill,
Yeah,
you had no fee
which are you
increase.
talking about specifically camp or just the programs
I'm talking about in general.
in
Overall.
general?
Overall,
Programs.
summer programs, spring, fall programs, everything that has to do. for
Yeah.
next year.
I think we're looking more back to what we did in 2019. And bringing those numbers forward for 2022. Because 20 is out, is totally out. And then 21, basically, we really had like a half a year that we've been doing. And if you compare what we've done from July of 21 to now, and compare that to 19, we actually are a little bit ahead. So we're doing a little bit better. But as far as for 2022, that number like 40,000 is basically back on the 2019 expenditures.
So let's say the summer camp, sure. What is the fee for a summer camp right now on 2021? What was the fee for one person to utilize the summer camps?
Oh, it depends which camp, but generally it's about $600 for that grades 1 through 4.
All right, so $600. Are you counting that $600 as part of the 2022 budget as well, or you increasing that amount?
Well, it's proposed in the fee schedule to increase the camp fee.
Okay, so the camp fees, I'm talking about fees in general, sure. So the amounts of our budget, the proposed budget right now, does that reflect the increase that you're proposing?
Let me just go back and share.
You didn't,
No.
you didn't change the revenue line.
No. It's the proposed revenue for camp is based upon the current fees, not the proposed fees.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Thanks, Bill.
Okay. I was trying to pull up the fee schedule, but
You had it there. Thank you.
What was it on there?
Yeah.
I can't figure out what switches or doesn't switch, but we'll look at that next. And then we'll go to capital. So that is our senior recreation. Now we're on to the art center. So you have materials and supplies, you have our instructor costs, those aren't increasing. You are increasing a bit for celebrations recreation line, 7550, 460, because you'd like to add some events for 2022. Do you want to talk about those, Bill?
Sure. So these include our acoustic music series that we do along with our family entertainment series. We'd like to add some of the family entertainment series into the winter months, which is ideal because parents are looking to do stuff with their families during the cold months. And we're also looking to add another event, possibly changing our fall family fun day to more of an event, kind of like a Sinatra night with a Sinatra band and food. So it's just some of the ideas of what we want to do. The special events have been well attended, well appreciated by folks, and I think it's a real positive aspect of our programming.
And that is it for those lines. Now let's go on to, these are the revenue lines for recreation. So we did increase the revenue for tennis fees slightly. We have not changed the revenue amount for the day camp fees at this point. Children's recreation, we did increase to the 2019 anticipated amount. And adult recreation, we kept at the 32,000 from the prior year. The after-school program, we did increase to what's actually happening for the first half of the school year that started in September and based on Bill's calculations.
Right, so we are not, in past years, that after-school program has been totally full with about 120 kids. We're about 10, 11 kids short right now. So we don't know if that's gonna come back in the winter and spring, or if that's what it's going to be right now. It's mainly in our kindergarten and first grade classes. The school is running some other programs at Park School, so we think that might be some of the reasons for that. We have taken more kids into our older groups just to make up for that loss of kids, but we still are short about 10.
Great. So we increased the revenues for lap swim just because of attendance seems to be up, but attendance seems to be slightly down for the open swim. So we reduced that slightly to be in line. The Spartan swim team, we reduced slightly from 2021 to the 2020 anticipated number. And then we have a small amount in for specialty swim programs. Adult swim classes, we reduced in accordance with actually the last 2 years. That isn't regenerating, it seems, as well as some of the other programs like the youth swim. The youth swim definitely has been increased performance. We're already at 104,000 and we had only budgeted for 85. Senior swim lessons also has more activity, more members, people joining in, so that's great. Along with the Art Center program revenue, that's definitely going to hit the revenue budget for this year and hopefully more activity for next year. And we have our IMA services and then rental of property from recreation through the events. So would we like to switch to the fee schedule?
Yes, please, thanks.
Okay. So under the Recreation Department, Bill, do you want to speak about your changes?
So the camp program is budgeted to be supported by taxpayer funds. Each year, because of the increase in the minimum wage, because we pay all of our employees, all of our camp counselors at least minimum wage. The returning camp counselors get a little bit more, but that increase of $1 per year comes out, it hits us pretty hard in increases in price. So we have not increased camp fees, I believe, in 2 or 3 years now. So this would just be trying to about a 10% increase in rates. It still makes the camp probably one of the most affordable camps in Westchester County. But it is a 10% increase to try to recapture some of that. Without the increase, the difference of what becomes onto the taxpayer increases each year. Not counting the expenses of just materials and transportation costs, but mainly, which is the crux of the expenses of the camp, is the labor and personnel. So that's the rationale for increasing the camp fees.
Okay, and I think you had one more.
Yeah, the after-school program, which is similar. Again, it's an incredibly affordable service that we offer. In the last 4 years, we've raised it, I believe, $5. So we are looking to add a $10 per month increase. Again, same rationale, labor costs go up. So if you don't increase the fees, the burden onto the taxpayer goes up as well. And then the other is our community center meeting rooms. I know in the past.
Sorry, Bill, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, quick question. So the decision to increase the fees in response to labor makes complete sense to me. I think one of the questions that I have is around how that impacts folks that are using these services. I don't know to what extent, like not cost of living, but like the wages have increased like broadly, right, to correspond for these kinds of things. Or is it the kind of situation where like, hey, like everything's more expensive and it just kind of is what it is? To what extent is the ability for folks to pay the additional $10 like
I think that's impossible for us to answer, Trustee Lopez, because it varies so greatly. So for some people, this is a very, very affordable program and it won't be a hardship for all, for them at all. So we really, but knowing that the demographic of Ossining tends to be lower income than other communities in Westchester, this is a real struggle for us.
Right.
Because we do know that there are families that will be impacted by this. And we may not know exactly how many or what. We also know that the programs are highly subscribed. So it really is a delicate balance, and it's something that Bill and his staff puts a lot of time into considering, because we have to make those decisions. And at a certain point, it really comes down to a decision, and this is really a policy decision. It impacts the taxpayers. So how much can we, how much can we essentially subsidize versus how much? And this is, I think, striking a fair balance. It is always a challenge because we know that there are people who can't even afford the membership fees, which are very reasonable, generally speaking, for the rec center. So it's not something that we don't do without a lot of consideration. We know it impacts some people. We know that there's limited access for some people. We are hoping through other programs, the Youth Bureau and other things that we're doing for the community, that we can offset those challenges. And I do think it's important to note that, broadly speaking, the Village of Ossining does invest holistically a significant amount of money in services. So whether it's through programs like the Youth Center, the Youth Bureau, or subsidized prices for camps that are very competitive, but also the Section 8 program and other things. So it really is a balancing act of trying to meet the needs.
He spoke with you about the.
Bob, can you mute yourself?
Sorry.
Thanks. That totally makes sense. I think one of the things, and this may be a virtual board item, but I'm curious to get a sense of if we had any kind of a ballpark of X number of families would take advantage of these programs, but can't afford it, either because of the increases or just generally. And this amount of money would help to address that issue. And that number may be like $10,000, right? That information, not to say that we should then raise taxes by $10,000 or take $10,000 for something else, but if we were to say like, hey, we could have 10 more families go to camp that otherwise wouldn't be able to afford it if we had $10,000, and then as a board, we can have a conversation like, is there an appetite to bring in community members to do like a booster club or a fundraiser or whatever, the way that the school does, like supplementary things for sports or whatever else? Because to me, it's like, if it's a matter of dollars and cents, and we're not talking about $300,000 here, we're talking about, a relatively small, in an event or two, you could raise that amount of money. I would be interested in ways of helping people that may fall through the cracks.
So that's
So
an interesting, oh, go ahead, Bill.
I was just going to say, so the Recreation Advisory Board, there are a few members that are working in expanding the Friends of Wishney Park to become the Friends of Recreation and Parks for all of Ossining. And that would be an organization that could solicit funding and do fundraising for specifically exactly what you're talking about, providing scholarships for camps, providing scholarships for after-school programs. Maybe it's raising money to put a new backstop in a park, whatever it might be. So we've got 2 members of the RAB that are really active with this. We just met and talked about it this past Monday once again. So I'm hopeful that this is going to happen in 2022.
So we may need to loop in with Friends of Wishney Park because I think they've disbanded. So, but if not Friends of Wishney Park, it could be another, it would have to be a friend. We can't as a government do that, but
I don't think it's disbanded. And if it has, nobody told me and I'm on their board. So
okay, so
I'm
I
one of the
wasn't
5
sure.
board members.
We'll check with Sue on that, but my understanding was in the process, but maybe it can be transitioned to be something else broader than
I'll
just
text
Wishney
her.
Park.
I spoke with Mr. Wishney a couple of weeks ago, and he was all in for this.
That's
Yeah,
great.
I spoke to
That's
Richard
good to know.
also, so I
Good.
don't know. And maybe Sue doesn't want to be on it, so we'll have to find somebody else. I'll text her and find out what's going on.
So
That's ideal then. That would be the ideal thing to do.
besides that, and refresh my memory, because I'm trying to go back my memory, because we had discussions about this several years back, and how there is a scholarship program, Bill. Refresh me again, correct me if I'm wrong. There is a scholarship or some sort of that we do. So Bill is saying yes, I think, and Karen saying no.
Oh, I was saying yes, because I thought you were referring to the Four Seasons organization.
Okay, no, and I remember it was a couple of years back. I thought we were subsidizing some of these programs in here. We had some of that stuff in here, and if I'm wrong, is because I'm trying to remember from years back.
I think we did, but I don't think that we can actually do that as a government, and that's why
Okay, that was
it
part of
goes
the
to a Friends of
conversation.
Wishney
Okay.
Park or a Four Seasons, and those are really viable ways to get this done.
But so now, refresh my memory again. So we do have, and I'll have to go back to this, and I'll find it, because we do have. I remember, what is her name? She's from Open Doors. She also is in the library. We do subsidize a grant program in regards to the library and the programs that they have and things.
Alice
of that nature.
Joslo, that's for
Thank
the
you.
Youth Bureau. That's the Youth Leadership Training
So
Program.
before that, but no, before that, she came in front of us and asked for a grant that she was hoping to get it from the county. She did not. We actually, we had allocated funds into that. There's a program in there. We were very specific before the Youth Bureau even came in front of us. So we even have it. So we do that. And that program was supposed to give a scholarship to kids or help members in the community as a whole. So we have done it not directly, but indirectly to help members in that community, correct?
Not with government funds directly, but with through funds granted through other means. Yes.
Correct. But again, but there's still funds that coming in from taxpayers' money directed to a different program that will help that community as well.
I'm
It
not
may
sure
have,
if
but
we're following.
it wasn't paying any fees though.
No, it was not paying any fees, but they were helping our community members on need. Because they needed to be members on pretty much, they were looking at, and I'll go back and find, but they were looking for kids on the school system to help them with different programs. Alice Chaso at that point, I think I don't know if we still, I'll have to go back and look at the budget, but we have, because we committed ourselves for 3 years, I think, 3 or 4 years, to give them some money, to give some of those funds to that program.
I think there was that ended. They applied for the grant again. They needed a matching amount, which the village had committed to, but they did not get the grant.
Yeah, but because they didn't get the matching, we actually ended up paying the whole thing.
So
I'll find that information.
What's the
we done it
point,
a couple
Manny?
years back.
Manny, what is the point?
The point is, we have done programs where we help the community with funds from the community itself, something similar along the lines what Omar was referring to.
So the difference, then it's a nuanced difference. If you want to lower the fees or make the fees more affordable, that is a decision that the board can take as a policy. However, it will come out of taxpayer dollars, and that's the balance you have to make with your constituents. What you can't do is create a grant program separate from the actual budget, if that makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm articulating, but you can't, the village can't grant
No, I
money
understand that.
specific.
Yeah, no, I understand
So
that.
it's just a nuanced way. There's other ways
Yeah.
to provide money, but that's a
Correct.
different conversation.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. But I mean, we've done it before, and I'll look for it and I'll forward that to the
So
rest of the
grants are
board so you can
different
see.
and they're done differently, and we have to be very careful. We really shouldn't simply approve grants, be told that we're going to get the money. It's like 90% done, and then get told, oh, sorry, the county or the state or ABC rug company changed their mind, and now we have to pay for everything. Frankly, we have some fiduciary responsibilities here. Our role is not to give taxpayer money away. Our role is to run a municipality that is operated by the staff on this call. And I'd like to give everybody everything for no cost. The reality is this is amazingly reasonable prices, and by any stretch of the imagination, for really almost everybody. And some of the other issues about scholarships, if there's an organization that wants to provide some scholarships, we also provide a lot of services for the public school that, by the way, has its own budget. But yet we provide lots of the services because we're servicing the same people. We've had this ongoing discussion for years. The question is whether this is reasonable for the demographics, for the community that we serve. And, any way you look at it for camp, it's very, very reasonable for the services provided. And sort of that's, we could sit here and discuss whether it should be $50 less or $50 more, whether you charge $10 for something or $18 or $12. And we have sat for hours discussing this. It's an endless discussion because it's not actually data-based. It's an opinion about what you think is the right amount. Because if someone can't afford something, I don't know at what level they can afford it. And then asking people for financial documentation is, for those of us who've had to do scholarships, is another issue altogether, because there are people that say, look, somebody has to prove that they can't afford something. You can't just say, I can't afford and get something free that I turn around and pay for my child in addition to paying taxes. It's not only the people that we support, it's also the people who pay for it that are part of the conversation. We are here to represent people, all those constituents. So I think, you have to sort of look and if you can go to bed at night and say, this is for the services provided, this is a super good deal that we're providing above the taxes that we charge. Then I think getting data is difficult. And when one looks at affordability, it's difficult to get real data on people earnings. And if you start asking for tax returns, that's a lot of work to go through them. And there are a lot of people that object to that. So I think there's got to be some sort of a practical sense of how far to take this. That's sort of my commentary. I feel comfortable with the prices. Others don't, then they'll make the argument. But I think collecting data is actually quite difficult on this issue. And verifying the data is quite difficult for all the above reasons. And I think that they've done it, and that's also why we have a RAB is in place. Is also is on behalf of the board to have oversight on this. They're much more attuned to what's going on and say, look, this is the right path. Anyway, that's the commentary, but if people want and have different ideas and solutions, the grants are tricky. We're constantly struggling with the grants because we raise our hand and have good intentions, and then we get told 7 months later, 9 months later, like, sorry, didn't come through. And then to sit there and say to the public, well, we're not going to give the first half or the first third or whatever that we already budgeted for, puts us in a very awkward position. But that's just part of what we have to do. I don't know how to get around that. Anyway, does anybody have any comments, questions for Bill?
Sorry, I had a call that I had to take. And right as you were finishing to answer my question, you answered the question around the Booster Club and all that, but I just wanted to make sure that I understood what's the status of Friends of Wishy Park.
I don't know yet. I will be. My understanding is that it exists, and I spoke to Richard 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Bill just said that he thinks it's existing now. During COVID, you know, usually there's like, first of all, it's not been around. Well, it's been around in different iterations. Really, it's just a 5-member board. There's not a huge number of people behind it, mostly because it was put together about a year before COVID, and then COVID happened. So one fundraiser was raised. It paid for some fencing, I guess, at the Richard Wishney Park. There was intention of making it friends of, like, that it would be expanded, as Bill said. I hate to read what he said, that it's not just Richard. It could be still be called the Richard Wishney Park, but it would be really, it would include all the parks in the village. I don't know if it includes the town. That was up for discussion. The group hasn't really met in a while, and most of it is because the organizer of it didn't put a plan together because everybody's been busy. A couple of the board members, I think, aren't involved anymore. We might need a couple. I don't know. I'll call Sue Donnelly, trying to reach her by text and say, what's the status? But Richard and I think it's on. Bill Garrison thinks it's on.
Okay.
Just there's not a lot of funds in it because you need to do fundraisers to have funds.
Right.
It's basically the entity. So if not Friends of Wishney Park, it could be Friends of the community center, like it could be Friends of, so you need essentially a 501c3 charitable entity that can raise funds, which
Well,
I think is something
this
that,
is an established 501c. You don't want to establish yet another 501c. It actually
but
costs
what my
money.
point is, there are already other people established too. So we also have the ability to reach out to For All Seasons and other groups that do this type of fundraising.
Rotary.
Yes, exactly right. So there are opportunities to create funding for people so that specific for camp scholarships, and that's been something that's been done in the past.
Nice. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to move over to capital?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So first up, Bill has not requested any vehicles this year.
But Dale, before we start, I just want to check with everybody. We are almost at 1 o'clock. I am doubtful that we will get through capital in 10 minutes. So we're already past lunch. So we have a few suggestions. We can break here and resume capital with Bill later today. I would also, that would mean we'd have to move the IT discussion today too. We are ending at 5, we can go till 6. Or we can schedule for another day or use Saturday, but I'm a little bit hesitant because I think Stuart has other things scheduled, and if we start moving him, we're gonna end up losing a lot more time. So I'd like to recommend that we break here and then rejigger this because I don't think we're gonna get through everything, and I think the capital discussion on this is a longer than 10-minute discussion.
I'm actually happy to do Saturday. It works for me, and I'm happy to stay to 6. That's where I'm at. I don't know where others are at.
So if people want to stay to 6, I think we could probably get everything, we could make up for the time between 5 and 6. If Bill, I don't know if you're available then.
Yeah, that's fine.
We also have the Youth Bureau.
Right, we still have to go through the Youth Bureau too, so we could do that and then move IT if we have to, if Mike and Bill are available at 6.
Yeah, I'm available.
Or at 5, really. You'd be available at 5 and we go to 6. I apologize.
Right.
All right.
I can do 5.
Okay.
Could all the members of the board stay or not? To
Again.
6.
I'm good.
Dana,
I can do that, yep.
Omar?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
still
so-
here.
Where are you, Bob? I can't see you on my screen.
I don't have my screen on because I'm at work, but
Oh,
anyways.
okay, I just didn't see you. Okay,
Dale,
so Bob, are
Dale,
you available at 6 till
quick,
6?
quick question for Dale. Fire department should be relatively quick, right, Dale?
Yes.
Okay, so we might be able to bump things up and not stay till 6. I'm not gonna be here at 6 o'clock.
You're not
Probably
gonna be
till
here.
5:30 then, at least, though.
I'll be, well, let's play it by ear, all right? Because there's a lot going on.
Okay.
So, you know, I'll be here for fire department, and then if we extend past that, you know, within the 5 o'clock range, I'm okay. I think fire department's gonna go very relatively quick. So maybe you could fit something in right after that or whatever. I don't know.
It also depends whether they'll be available. Are they gonna be
Well,
available?
If they're available at 6, they're available at 5:30.
So we could potentially start as early as 4:30, maybe, Bill and Mike, are you okay on being sort of on call between sort of 4:30 and 5 o'clock?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Apologies. It's always a little tricky. Even though we always try to do an efficient schedule, it's always takes a little longer. So we never really seem to learn that lesson, but we try.
And I am not available for Saturday.
Who is that? Who
Bob.
said that? Bob, you're not
yes,
available for
I will-
Saturday?
No, will not be available.
So we could also try to fit things in on Thursday. Wednesday is pretty chock-a-block though.
All right. Or we'll meet on Saturday with 4 trustees.
Okay, that
We'll
sounds great.
see. We'll leave it open because that was sort of what we discussed when we set all this up.
Okay,
So we'll
So-
see where it goes.
we will resume with legal at 1:30.
Are we not signing out though? Just leaving
Do
it
not
on?
sign out, just.
Do not
just-
sign out, yeah, mute and put your camera off, so.
Thank you.
And then also Dale, can you unshare, please? Thank you.
Amy, what should we do? Sign off?
Well, I think that the question is, you and Mike can sign off because you're going to be joining us this afternoon. So you don't need
Okay.
to keep it open for several hours for no reason. So
Got it.
someone from our office will reach out to you to confirm that.
Yeah, please do. I'm on Zooms and the rest of the day,
Okay, no problem.
and I can just get off whenever you need me.
We will text you and we apologize for the inconvenience. You guys are getting bumped around a lot today, so we apologize.
Thank you.
No worries.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Maddie,
Karen.
can you resend me though that annex? Because I think
Yes.
most of it
Yep.
I can do anyway.
Yep,
And then
you
I'll
got
send it back to him. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Folks, do we need to tag in Stuart?
I'll call him.
Okay.
Is he on? I don't see him on my gallery.
No.
I'm calling him.
Okay, and just to confirm with the group, yes. Richard Wishney, 50, it's all on, okay?
Yay.
Sue responded.
Okay.
Probably should tell Bill Garrison, right? Like, he's not on the call at this point, but Yeah.
Stuart is joining now.
Welcome, council.
Oh, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Hi, Stuart.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Stuart. I'm talking to myself apparently. I was on mute and I said some very nice things about you, Stuart, while I was on mute.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome. So welcome. We're going to go through this. We've done this before. We just added what I'm terming a virtual board. We might have some questions. We don't want to stop the whole conversation that we may want to discuss a later time. So we're putting, I'll ask Karen to put that, to add it to some of the, it's like considered like a virtual, either blackboard or whiteboard or whatever you want to call it. And we'll put some questions up there. Otherwise, let us get started.
Okay.
All right, can everybody?
And I do need it enlarged, Dale,
Yep,
again.
yep.
Thank you. Can I
All
do
right.
that? I can't access it.
I think if I go any, is that okay? Is it cutting anything off?
You're good.
All right. All right, so welcome to Stuart. It's always a fabulous job done by his department and team, and they are represented here in the 100 lines. Contractual items follow. Oh, it moves a lot faster when it's bigger, sorry. So he has a small amount in his budget for equipment, another amount for, computers, a printer, a scanner, anything that might come up. He has his Lexus monthly subscription charges. Those are staying the same, no increase there. I did modify his telephone internet 402 line because when I audited the Verizon wireless cell phone bill, I found that assorted people were getting charged to the manager's budget that had their own budget lines, but also wasn't being budgeted correctly. So we fixed that for this year going forward for 2022.
Dale?
Yep.
I remember my first year as a trustee, there was a whole long discussion about cell phones and all the different programs. And it's also the same thing that went with faxes and, copiers. Are we all on the same contract? I mean, everyone in the village, that the village pays for, from the lawyer to-
Yes, for the wireless, yes, we are all under one contract. And actually, when I was going through and auditing it, there were even a couple lines here that I canceled because they're not in use.
Good.
We had for COVID, when we were taking calls, outside the office, we had another cell phone, 2 cell phones added, and now we canceled those. So those aren't on there any longer. And each department gets charged appropriately for their lines. So we fix that going forward.
Okay.
Small amount in for printing and postage. And office supplies, slight increase there. Professional dues and meetings. And then down on the bottom for the 458 code, this is our Labor Council line, which as we discussed at the third quarter presentation, we were already over for the current 2021 year. We have increased it from 50,000 to 200,000 for the 2022 budget year. We did put in a small amount for appraisals We did have an expenditure of $3,195 for this year. Stuart, do you remember what that one was for?
One of them was for the different properties at 30 Water Street. And it may have been one other property, but I think the 30 Water Street accounted for most because that was basically 4 different appraisals because it's 4 or 5 different parcels. There may have been, oh, and also the, I'm sorry, monitor hose. We also did that as well.
Great. We also have our special counsel line for litigation items, and we added an amount for additional services for development to that line for 2022. $19,400 is our claim settlement, so we up that from 60,000 to 75. We're currently at 63,922.53 for the year. Tax certiorari claims, very nice right now. We're only at $3,309.
Wait, hold on, Dale.
Yep.
I just need to.
Stop me anytime.
No, it's okay. Payments for judgment summons. So we budgeted what?
We
Oh, you just
budgeted
skipped down.
60. Sorry, this one crosses pages.
Okay.
So we budgeted 60 for the 2021 year. We're budgeting 75,000 for 2022. And we're expended to date at 63,922.53.
But those are payments for judgments and settlement claims. So Stuart, it looks to me that during your tenure, we have been nicely trending downwards on this. Unless I'm reading this wrong.
You are correct, Mayor. The large expenditure in 2019 was for a very serious personal injury case where the village's self-insured retention was paid. There was, I think, a second matter as well that reached the self-insured retention. So that would account for that. But it did drop in 2020. The 2021 numbers will be a little bit higher because I still have a few more property damage claims that actually just crossed my desk within the past few hours, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
But it's just next year. I think we may have 2 or 3 that are probably going to be close to trial ready, and probably will get tried if they don't get dismissed. So that's why I think it potentially needed to be upped.
Okay.
Because the important thing these are the judgments, but it's just the nature of how it goes. But they have gone down. But the 2019 was an anomaly because we had some very serious claims that were settled that year.
Right. Okay. Yeah, the rest is relatively low as far as judgments and settlements. So that's good. Okay. Thank you.
So tax certiorari's, we are well under budget at this point, which is fabulous. We do account for anything that is signed prior to year end. But if there is something material, the auditors also ask for us to bring it back if we're still in that pre-audit period. So we do still have some months to go for there. We did increase the budget a little bit to 103,000 in accordance with the assessor's schedule of potential liability. So Stewart is one of those departments that is across all 3 funds. So that was the general fund, and now we're moving over to the water fund portion. So there's a slight amount in here for special litigation items for the water fund. Small claims, settled claims as well for the water fund, and also for the sewer fund, another small piece. And that brings us to revenues, of which we have the IMA with the town for the corporation council, and then we have other recoveries. So these are property damage insurance reimbursements that we receive back. So we don't budget for those. Any questions? Stuart, do you have anything to add?
I do not. It was a wonderful presentation, Dale.
All
Thank you.
right.
Stuart, my friend, still no interns, no more staff, huh? Not taking me up on my offer to help you, huh?
Well, interns, no, I don't, I've had interns in the past and they've been okay, but I just don't think that's necessary. Extra staff, I don't think, I have my paralegal who has been working remotely, but getting her stuff done. And I have the deputy who does, plus we have the, obviously the outside counsel, both for litigation, labor, and which are really the two main that I deal with. I don't deal with the bond counsel or anything like that. But and if we need unselected items, we'll obviously let you know. But right now, I think we're, from a staffing standpoint, I think we're okay.
That would be a polite no, not taking me up on my offer. Okay, and you're literally the only department I offer that to. I gotta be honest, I know I can get the board to support it, but it's okay. You don't want it. I'm not fighting for it. Dale, what's the total increase in outside counsel for this year over last year?
Let me go back up to there.
I can get that in writing. I don't want to spend the time because you're going to have to now go through all the different funds and put it all together. Karen, can you put that on the
Mayor,
virtual
it's just
board? I
about
want to know the total
Mayor, I think it's $200,000.
increase
Yes.
over 21.
Mm-hmm. 150 for labor counsel, 30 for litigation counsel, and 30 for special counsel for other matters.
So 200,000 more upcoming than what we spent this year in
What you
21.
budgeted for, correct.
Okay. And what did we spend this year? What did we spend this year, Dale? Or Stuart?
So far, for special counsel, we're at 96,000, and for labor, we're at 131, I believe it was.
135 and change, Dale.
135, yep, 135.
I'm hoping when you get an HR person, Karen, that maybe some of that costs, that the HR person will do some of the work that we're now using lawyers to do.
We are hoping that as well. We are hoping
yes,
to get
okay.
somebody soon.
All right. Listen, it's a growing community. Litigation has been going up everywhere. And I think it's a good use of funds. I will see if others agree, but at least from my perspective. All right. Anybody else for Stuart?
Yeah, I do have a quick question. The contractual portion, is that for the zoning board and planning board, Stuart?
The contractual.
That's going to be in the zoning budget, which is 8015 under Jaime and 8020 under Jaime as well for planning.
Okay, so that even though they're under, in a way, Stuart's purview in a way, so this broken down into that planning department.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
It goes to that function. Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Stuart, I don't think you have anything on the capital schedule, right?
I best not.
Or the fee schedule? Is there anything?
I don't have anything from an attorney perspective with regard to the fee schedule. I'll be with you next week when you talk about the fee schedule, only because there are a few that have to be decided on, but nothing that specifically relates to corporation counsel. That's correct.
Fantastic. Okay.
Okay.
Any final questions for Stuart, or is he released?
Thank you, Stuart.
I think
No,
that's sort of it.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work, Stuart.
Thank you all.
Somebody want to text Fernando? Maybe he can start a few minutes early.
Yep, I'll shoot him a text.
While I have you, Karen, I heard that Bill said that they're gonna have, like, they're gonna reach out to Richard Wishney, Friends of Richard Wishney Park. Do me a favor, just remind him that I too am on the board, Sue Donnelly.
Yep.
I think there's at least one person that no longer lives in Austin. It doesn't mean he can't be on the board. I forgot what the other person is. Richard obviously is on there. Next time when they schedule, they should just remember to include me. I can't really vote on monies related to it, but I can be on the board. I just last time I recused myself, which I'll do again. So just remind him, you know. I'm not even sure where it's listed. It's just a Facebook page. It's not a website or anything for him to reach.
Okay. Done.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Fernando.
We hear you.
Hi, I hear you. Thank you. How's everybody?
Okay.
How are you?
Great, thank you.
So Fernando, you had so kindly sent 3 items.
Yes, 4 items.
Yep, you're right. Sorry about that. 4 items. So you let me know which one you'd like to start with.
Let's start with the totals report for the 2021 final roll.
Okay, is that the one you called roll totals?
Yes.
Okay. That the one?
Okay, that's the one.
All right. Oh, I think that's too big. Can everybody see that?
Okay, so as you all know, we conduct a reassessment every year, starting in the 2016 roll. This year, the final roll was published, of course, September 15. This totals report is from a few days ago, so this is the latest and the greatest, Dale, as far as the total taxable assessed value. As you know, there are changes occurring every day as people buy and sell properties. But I'm happy to report that the 2021 roll shows an increase in taxable value of about $45 million, 49,465,000. Most of that increase is in the residential sector, with a decrease in vacant land, of course, because some of the vacant land was used to put buildings, so now they're no longer in the vacant land side. And there is an increase of 13.498 millions on the commercial side. Now, most of that is the condo. The condos did go up this year on average of 6%. Many commercial properties did go up a little bit, mostly the apartment buildings and mixed use. Of course, the office and retail sector went down. Many of our retail and office buildings were lowered in value for this year. But the end result, driven mostly by the residential uptick due to the coronavirus, the end result is a $40+ million increase in taxable assessed value. Any questions on this part of the of my presentation?
Yeah, that's fabulous.
Okay, I'm sure you've been discussing these numbers as you have been talking budget and tax rates.
You are correct. Absolutely.
So I did provide a chart, which is, which document is that? Let me see what I call that. 2021 roll assessment.
Yep.
And taxable charts, if you could put that one up.
All right.
So last year, the question from the mayor was, who pays our taxes? And after our budget meeting, I went back and I created these charts for, I think it was 3 years. So this is the same chart with this year's data. And you know, you have the 20, I think 18, 19, and 20 that I gave you last year. So basically the answer is, what we're showing here is the first part of the chart shows the assessed value, meaning all of the values in the village of Ossining. As you can see, Roll Section 1 taxable is the green portion.
Fernando, just because it's also a public meeting, could you can we just define RS1 taxable?
Yes.
Is who?
Yeah, Roll Section 1 taxable is the taxable portion of the roll. You know, is divided into Roll Section 1 taxable, Roll Section 3 state land, Roll Section 5 special franchise, which is your cable type companies. Roll Section 6 is utilities, your Con Edison, and Roll Section 8 is exempt properties that do not pay. Such
All right,
as
so again,
churches.
for the public, Roll
Yes.
Section 1 includes what?
Roll Section 1
Houses, individual
includes-
homes, what does it include?
It includes all properties that pay taxes, including 1, 2, 3 family homes, which is the majority, commercial properties, vacant land, any entertainment, industrial, office building, etc. So all properties that pay taxes. Roll Section 3 state lands is Sing Sing, basically.
Okay.
And the reason that is divided, because as you know, the state pays taxes to the school district on Sing Sing facilities. It does not pay taxes to the town, the village, or the county, but it does pay school taxes.
So that 1% is 1% of what? If it's school taxes, it's not village taxes.
No, this is the state lands represent 1% of the total tax of the total assessed value in the village of Austin.
Got it. Got it.
Okay. And the taxable, which is roll section 1, represent 80%
Got it.
of the assessed value. The utilities, in this case, Con Edison represents 1%. And the exempt, which is the properties that do not pay taxes, such as school buildings, houses of worship, recreational facilities, that represent 15% of the total assessed value in the village. Okay. Now, if we go to the lower part of the chart, or the second page, these are the people that pay the taxes, or the properties that pay the taxes. So we have a total taxable assessed value on this year's roll of approximately 2,266,000,000, and 61% of that are 1, 2, and 3 family. Less than 1% are vacant lands. Condominiums pay about 8%. Co-op, as you know, we have 4 co-op buildings in the village of Ossining, represent about 4%. And then apartments, your apartment buildings and mixed-use buildings represent almost 20%.
Did you say that we have 4 co-op buildings?
Yes.
4 in Ossining?
Yes.
Scarborough Manor are co-ops, aren't they?
Yes.
That's how many buildings is that?
Scarborough Manor is only 1 building.
Oh, okay. So they're not really buildings in the colloquial way.
No,
They're not. They're owned because the Parkview are co-ops. There's, I think, either 4 or 6 buildings. So it's not buildings.
No, it's complexes.
It's 4 major complexes, each of which has a number of buildings.
Yes, the Parkview has several buildings, some mid-rise building and some townhouse type building, garden apartments.
Right, so they're actually many, many units, but they only equal 4 complexes.
Correct.
Okay, and they pay 15, no, they pay
No,
only,
they're about
they
4%.
only, all of them together only pay 4%.
Yes. That's about $92 million in taxable assessed value, all of those units.
Wow, okay.
The apartment buildings, on the other hand, represent about 20%.
And how many complexes are there in that category?
I'll say these are 4 families and up. This includes buildings with mixed use, meaning like retail or office and apartment buildings. And that's, I believe, about I don't know, a little over 200 buildings, or not buildings, but 200 properties. Some of these properties have multiple buildings.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So that's who pays the taxes, basically, in the village of Ossining, the majority being the 1, 2, and 3 family property owners.
What is the where's the commercial on here? So you've got, where's commercial? Mixed use, there's recreational, I don't know what that is.
Commercials would be the apartments. This is not some community service is commercial, industrial, and some of the public service. So commercial is everything, and including condominiums, because condominiums here in the town of Ossining are valued as if they were an apartment building.
But you have condos separated out at 7.87.
Well, I had condos separated out on the top part, on the first chart, if you go back to the first chart.
No, I'm looking at this one. You don't have to go back up.
Oh, okay.
Go back down. On this particular one, on the one,
Yes.
two, on the third row down, you've got
Right.
something called condos, 7.87%.
That is correct. So
So
those
you
are
don't
all-
have it as commercial. You have it
No,
as listed.
in this chart, I separated the condo, just which are 411 with property class, just like an apartment building, except these are the condos. So
Got it.
when we refer to commercial properties in Ossining, condos are included. If you go back to the first screen that we saw, they all know, not this one, the totals, the roll totals. If you go back to the roll totals and you see 400 commercial.
Can you see it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that includes all properties with a commercial property class between 4 and 499. Okay, that includes condos, apartment buildings, mixed use.
Okay, but that's, Fernando, that's not the question. The question is, at a percentage of people, when you said before, go back, Dale, to where we just were, for who pays, you've separated condos out. I read this chart, and I may be reading it incorrectly. That's 61.1% are paid by basically 1, 2, 3 family homes.
Correct.
I read that condos, of all the condos that we have in total, they pay 7.87. All the co-ops we have, it's 4.09. Then I'm trying to understand all the businesses that we have. What percentage do they pay? And according to this, you have it as industrial, which is half of 1%. All the taxes that all the businesses pay. So that doesn't seem right to me. Maybe it is right. I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around what you're saying here.
It is right. All of the businesses will include your apartments and mixed use, the buildings that are recreational, community service, which is basically 400, 500, 600, and 800 property class buildings. So the rest will be the 19, the 20%, the 0.41, the 0.92, that's all commercial. Those are all commercial. Public service, which would be your utilities. So that would all be considered commercial properties, which is anything over 4 families and above. Any other questions on this?
Sure. Mayor, are you done for now?
Yeah, I'm not getting the answer, so I'm gonna give up.
No, what happened is that after the residential 1, 2, and 3 family and vacant land, everything else is commercial there.
So
It's just that you have to separate the condominiums, because
Fernando,
condominiums are
Fernando, all I
condominiums.
want to know is, we have businesses, we have small businesses. I'm not looking on how you're analyzing this.
So I
We
think
have mom and pop stores, we have retail, we have small industry. How much taxes in total do they pay? What percentage?
So you would add up everything else.
Fernando,
After
sorry.
condominiums,
You know what,
that would be the commercial property. class.
so I think, Fernando, part of the challenge is here, commercial property is expansive, but when people are looking at businesses, they're looking at retail shops and service businesses.
Right.
And that's the distinction that the mayor's trying to make. But if you do this, you have like retail businesses that are in multifamily,
use,
mixed use
right.
houses. So from a tax nomenclature to a sort of conventional layman's terms, it's difficult for us to understand what the local businesses are paying towards taxes in Austin. I think that's what you're asking, Mayor.
Right.
Yeah,
And
now
I-
now I
I-
understand. But
Yeah.
that my database does not track that, like the
Okay, so that's the
mom and
answer.
pop store on the first floor of a mixed-use building.
Then it goes in mixed use. It doesn't go into, right.
Correct,
Okay,
that would be a mixed use.
all right.
We remember everything is for tax purposes is tracked by ownership. You know, all those commercial, all those stores that are leasing space in all of these buildings, we do not have that.
Right,
data.
so the answer is when somebody says, you know, the businesses contribute, you know, X percentage, the answer is actually, nobody really knows what they contribute. If you don't know, then nobody knows. Or
No.
maybe it's just not tracked by your office. I could only say that like a building that's mixed use contributes X, but I can't say that the restaurant inside that mixed use buildings contributes Y, the way we track it.
No, because
Because it's part of a
there's no
mixed use
mechanism.
building.
Yeah. and-
Okay, that's really what I'm getting at. So when people tell me certain numbers, they're not, they may be accurate in their own head, but it's not something municipality actually can quantify for us.
I have a quick clarifying question to that extent. So one of the things that we often hear is we need more commercial businesses here in the village in order to offset the taxes. The idea being the more commercial businesses that exist, then that increases the amount of money that there is in revenues and decreases the pressure on residential. Is how I've never had a conversation like that involves data, right? And following this conversation, I also still don't have data. Where might we get data that would help inform those kinds of conversations?
Well, first, let's distinguish when people say we need more businesses. Of course, we need more businesses in our downtowns in order for having a good economy. The business sales are good, they pay the rent, and the rent pays the taxes. But when a statement like that is made, we need more businesses in order to pick up more of the taxes. What we're looking at, we need more businesses. For example, a building whose assessed value is going to pick up a significant amount of the taxes. For example, an apartment complex that is worth $90 million. Office building or an industrial site that has high assessed value, or a nursing home, for example, that has a high assessed value like $20 million. You know, that is significant. That would pick up a lot of, you know, of the taxes for the entire community. However, when somebody makes that statement, we need more businesses, we need more tax rateable properties, not just residential, but a complex or a project that have a significant value so that it offsets a lot of many single family homes, for example. Did I get to answer your question?
So let me check my understanding. So the way that most folks have the conversation is basically, if we have more businesses, then the revenues from those businesses would result in overall, like, you know, when I buy something, I have to pay tax on it, and so that tax money would offset the taxes that homeowners are paying. It's essentially the way that the conversation is typically framed. What I hear you saying is that in this context that we're talking about, it's all about who owns what kind of building and the taxes they're paying on those buildings, which makes sense to me. You're the tax assessor, and so you're assessing how much are each one of these properties worth, and in terms of the value, and then you know, doing all that. That makes sense. I think where there's a disconnect for me, and this is a virtual list, I forget exactly what it's called, virtual board kind of topic, is that you have people who own storefronts that have no business in them, right? They're closed, they're empty, but they're paying taxes on them. So from this perspective, it's like, okay, like we're getting the taxes from it. But from a normal perspective, it's just walking around, you're like, there's nothing happening. How's this like good? This is not the ideal outcome. We would like more activity. We would like more stuff here as opposed to empty storefront. Sure, they're paying the taxes. That's good. But it seems like the bare minimum. But I think that may be outside of the scope of what your world is in taxable assessed value and maybe in another realm.
Yes, indeed. What you're talking about is sales tax revenue. When a business makes a sale, it charges sales taxes, and a portion of those sales taxes somehow gets back to the community. That is based on sales. And of course, if you have many flourishing businesses and more sales tax collections in the village, then of course, more sales tax revenue comes in.
I'm sorry, no, hold on a second, Fernando. Actually, that's not 100% correct, because sales taxes is not based on how much they sell in a business. It actually comes from the population and within itself. Isn't that
just for county though, Manny?
I don't know the exact formula how the state spreads that amongst counties, villages, but the general understanding is that the more sales tax collection happens in a county, or I don't know what the breakdown, the more sales tax revenue comes back to the community.
That would in a normal world be true. My understanding is kind of what Manny was saying. We learned about this during the census, which is it has to do with what your population is. For at least for county taxes, the proportion you get of county taxes from sales tax revenue comes according to whatever your population is. So it doesn't. There's actually no relationship between how much businesses sell in Ossining and the county taxes that we get from them. Is my understanding.
I am not, totally clear on how that comes in, but Dale, I'm sure knows.
Yeah, I'd like to phone a friend.
You do. It is proportional. So if we do get, if the county does better, we do better in certain cases. But it is, I think the point here is it's separate. Those taxes are separate and distinct from property taxes. So they're not part of the same pie.
To go back to the empty storefronts, first of all, let me point out that it's good for every community to have a very busy downtown with a lot of restaurants and stores and lots of people coming in to buy and sell. But in my world, in the assessment world, those empty storefronts affect the value of the property. Because part of the equation of determining the value of a building, which is based on revenue, on income, is a vacancy rate. So right now, properties that have office space are suffering from very high vacancy rates. Properties that have, retail and vacant storefronts, when they provide me their income and expense report and I analyze and I see the vacancy, of course, that lowers the value of that property, and therefore that property will be paying less in taxes because the value is less when they have empty storefronts or empty offices.
Yeah, that makes sense, and is also kind of depressing because it only incentivizes them not to, right? It's like they're paying less in taxes until they choose to put something there. Right?
Yeah, but
the fact that it's vacant is not being punished. It's being what's it called? What's the opposite of punish? When you not benefit, but you know what I mean.
Rewarded, incentivized.
Thank you. It's being rewarded. We're rewarding empty storefronts by saying it's worth less because it's vacant, so we're charging you less in taxes.
Yeah, but I doubted that most of these property owners would rather have a tenant in those spaces than have a vacant. Would rather have a tenant and pay a little more because they would be happier with a building that has a higher value.
Theoretically, but that's not in practice what we're seeing. And so I'm trying to get to the bottom of like, why does this happen?
So that's an issue that really has to do with economic development. And there is, you know, a lot of storefronts feel that if they can't get the rent they want, they hold out till they can get it. But actually, they're shortchanging themselves too. So they would be better off. But it is sort of an ingrained way of thinking, is like you're holding out for the best rent while you're losing money. So I think that's another strategy about that we can talk about a bit separately, of how you encourage that and make sure that you don't have perpetually vacant storefronts. And I do have some information on that. I think that's where some of the work that we want to do within LDC or something like that can be helpful. I think the issue on the tax base issue, though, Fernando, and I'm certainly not, you know, suggesting I would know more than you on any of these issues, but there you're talking about when you have a major corporation or a business that takes up a lot of, you know, real estate. So it has a high property tax associated with its business and its real estate, but the people who work there don't necessarily live in the community. They don't have children. They're not going to school. They're not using the same services, sanitation, those things. And that's where you would have more of the tax offset. Did I get that correct, Fernando?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Karen. So I have not a question for Fernando, but I want to kind of piggyback on what Karen said, because you know, that's what Omar is right. Is like when we talk to our neighbors, when we talk to community members here, that's one of the biggest factors, is like why my taxes are being so high, and how do we, so by looking at this charge here, this is something that we have to keep in mind. And we have talked about this. Now, this is not the first time we talked about this, sure. But the 1 to 3 family, pretty much 1, 2, and 3 families, we have to consider that they are paying 61% of our taxes. The rest of it, as Fernando mentioned, we can consider in a way as a commercial. But if we look a percentage of that, the total percentage of what is being paid right now is 38.86% of, if we cluster all those other units, sure. But in reality, is maybe a 5% of those are the retail spaces, the mom and pops kind of stores that they are actually paying, that we are looking at as a commercial. So I guess one thing that we as a board have to keep in mind is, and that's what Karen was talking about, is like, what is the development that we are looking for? How do we sort of balance, how do we reduce in a way the 61.14% that the 1, 2, and 3 families are paying? Because that's what we get a lot. At least that's what I get a lot. It's like, why my taxes keep going up? Why can you guys think about, you know, different solutions of implementing, bringing a business over? So how do we reduce that to a different percentage? Something that we can go back and say, we did this. This is how we got to this point. But again, that's just a comment for us to think about how do we get to that point, hopefully soon, at some point. You know, we are looking at RFPs for next year, so that's something that we should keep that in mind as well. It's not just, you know, multifamily buildings with a small portion of the commercial. To me, that should not be part of the solution. It helps, but it's not what I think we have to look for. So, but Fernando, this is very helpful as always for us to understand that. And when we get to other information, I may have some more questions, but thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so after we file the final roll, those property owners who file a grievance seeking an administrative review of their assessed value have the option to seek a judicial review by the courts, and they have 30 days to file with the court a small claims for a residential property owner, or a certiorari, Article 7 for commercial properties. Certiorari also applies for residential properties who are being rented or are not lived by the owner. So every year I keep track of how many grievances were filed, then how many of those became small claims, residential or certiorari. And we also keep track of the total amount of certiorari balance that we have or that have accumulated over the years. This chart shows the results since 2016, which is the year of the reassessment. And the first line where we have grievances, all the way to the right is the results of the 2021 roll. So this year, we had 365 grievances, which was 102 grievances less than last year, or 22%. Out of those 365, 165 were in the village of Ossining, which is 21% less, or 11% less than the prior years. And then out of those grievances, in the entire town, we had 257 small claims action file, which is 6% less than the prior year. And of those, 104 small claims were filed in the village of Ossining. We are in the process of dealing with those through the courts, negotiating, and we always attempt to settle many of those so that we can adjust the value after it's approved by the court, and we do not have to incur refunds and create all that work for the finance department to issue refund checks. So the goal here is that we try to settle most of these grievances by the end of November. Out of those grievances, a total of 121 for the entire town became Article 7 certiorari, which is on commercial properties. And out of those, in the village of Ossining, we had 60 Article 7 certs. Now, each cert is one parcel ID, 1 year. So that's about 9 more than last year, or 18%. Then we take all of those certs and we bring them to the totals that we have accumulated over many, many years, depending on the court schedule and what's happening with the properties. And I give you a total of all the active certs that we have in the town and the villages. In the total, for the total town, we have 540 active certs as of today. Out of those, 278 are in the village of Ossining. Or how does that compare to last year? Is 54 more than what we got last year. So one of the reasons is that since the pandemic, the courts have been first, the beginning of the pandemic, the courts were not working. And then in the last year, we've been working remotely, and not as many cases have been settled as they would have been settled normally. But we are getting there. More and more cases are being put on the calendars, and we are settling or going to trial on more, and we expect it to be very busy for the rest of the year. So basically, for the village of Ossining, we have a total of 278 active certs, which bring me to my last report, which is a list of all these cases. And you will see that some of those go back quite a few years for various reasons. This is the list of all the properties and the years that are at issue. The ones highlighted in blue means that they are in the court's calendars and they are likely to settle within the next year. And if you scroll down, for example, we have some that go back quite a few years. I'm looking for Ossining, the land behind the firehouse on Snowden. Ossining River Associates, right there. As you can see, that goes back to 2005. So there has been several proposed projects that haven't panned out. We had asked the court to delay action on this in the hopes that the village and the property owner would be able to work out an arrangement, but nothing happens. But this particular one has the most years accumulated. So this is like 16 years now accumulated. It's not a big amount, but it's quite a few. It's quite a few years. Most of the certs are within the last 4 years, which is the normal Westchester County Court calendar. Again, the ones in blue are in the court's calendar are most likely to be settled within the next 12 months. And the certs as well as the scars are filed for each parcel. So some of these businesses may be 2 or 3 parcels that there are one economic unit. However, for these purposes, each parcel has to be filed separately. Any questions on any one of these?
And that schedule was part of the email that went out with all the detailed schedules last night. Any further questions for Fernando? Thank
Any
you,
questions
Fernando.
on this or
You
any
guys are
other?
all unusually quiet.
Thank you, Fernando.
Well, thank you.
I was having a sneezing fit during the sales tax discussion though. But it is based on population, the proportionate
Population.
amount, you know, that's taken in. And so I think, you know, the state gives a piece to the county, but then we have our own piece. So there's a mixed up allocation of monies, you know, that then get dispersed to each locality. But it's dispersed based on population.
Okay.
If it's based on population though, but the pie is bigger, is it proportionate then?
It's whatever our piece of the
would-
proportionate pie is of the county.
So if the county has a bigger
County.
pie, so
Yep.
it's still, if there's more, so the point is, if there's a boom sales tax year, even based on population, we'll get more money. So there is a correlation there based on.
But it's if there's a boom like countywide, not locally. It's like if
Right.
so
that's a little bit of the challenge. It doesn't, if we do really well and contribute to that, we're still getting, yes.
Right, and if you look at our size compared to one of the cities in the county, even if we double the amount of business that we're doing, like we're nowhere close to what they're doing in terms of business. Not to say that we shouldn't be doing well, but that it's just like the incentives are just a little bit different than what you would think they would be.
Right.
Mhm.
And that was the discussions that we actually had with Tom a couple of years back in relationship with the sales taxes, sure, because that's what we always said, oh, we need more businesses so we can bring more money into the village. And the reality is when, Dal, you probably remember that the conversation that we had, I want to say maybe 4 or 5 years ago, it was not, the reality was not, that was not the case.
Right.
More businesses doesn't mean more sales taxes for us. It's
Right.
based on the population. And I think that's why when the census came back, that's one of the things that we were encouraging people to actually register, because that will bring more money into our community in relationship to a sales tax.
Right.
Because there was a lot of people that were not part of the census itself. So, but anyway.
Yep. Great. Any more questions for Fernando, or can we let him move on with the rest of his day?
Thank you. Anybody has any questions, just give me a
Thank
call
you.
or send me an email. I'll be happy to give you any information you need.
Thank you,
Great.
Fernando.
Thank you, Fernando, as always. Great information.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks. We're running now. We're back on schedule. We're a little bit early, so we can break now and have the clerk join us at 3 instead of 3:15, if that works for everybody. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, we'll see you guys at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thanks.
For
Okay, everybody, getting ready to start again. Oh, there's Madam Clerk, who's on mute.
How are you?
Good.
Long day, long week.
Long week. So Trustee Fritchie, Trustee Levin, are you available to join? Okay, I know that they're both at work, so and I know that the mayor was tied up possibly until about 3:30. So why don't we just get started? I'm sure they'll be able to join in and ask questions.
How do we proceed?
I'm going to bring up the budget report I sent you, Sue, on the screen.
Okay.
And I'm going to blow it up because I always forget to do that.
Okay.
All right. Welcome to our fabulous clerk, Sue Donnelly.
Thank you. Thank you. Village clerk, let me change my hat.
See, I just say clerk.
Okay, so this is a little bit different than a lot of your other departments because you're in an IMA with the town, so. All right.
And just because the mayor's not here, I'm going to put that on the virtual board under our IMA discussion. So make sure you let the mayor know that we're still keeping the virtual board. So.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
For anything that's for follow-up or future discussion or
okay.
any of those items, so they're going on the board.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I don't know, you want me to take it from here or?
Oh, go ahead, Subi. If I need to change the thing, just let me know.
Yeah. Okay, contractual, this is our software packages that we have, which is General Code, Laserfiche, and our seamless docs. So we are doing fabulous down here with all our electronic systems. That was part of the reason we were extremely concerned about the computer problems that we had as of late. But Seamless Docs is now called gov.os. We'll probably have to change that because everybody gets bought by everybody every time you turn around. So we are looking at, Martha has just finished, in fact, for you guys, Martha has just finished the new renewal process for our cabaret licenses, our refreshment licenses, our laundromats. You guys have a lot more licensing than the town does. And it's all done online and we're getting nothing but positive response from the owners, shop owners and stuff. And we're already getting money in and it's only the beginning of November. So that's very good. This is all, again, that's anything we get in. The finance department is so accurate with everything that they push it over to 2022 budgets. So this is our contract, is our software contracts. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff with that this year.
I'm
Under
sorry.
that, go ahead.
Sorry. I guess Karen, I want to ask, because Sue asked for $13,000, sure, on the contractual portion, but you're recommending 15.
So can I answer or do you?
Whoever, yeah, if you know the answer, so yeah.
Yeah. So when we were sitting down and discussing it, we realized that our every time we send a general code, a book, we get a fee for updating the three. We only have 3 hardcover books, and then it's online. So because you are doing so many laws, every time you do a law, we send it into the general code. And I talked to Stuart again today to make sure that he was going to continue to be as heavy, and he sees between 10 and 14 laws next year. So we just wanted to be on the safe side.
Got it. All right. Thank
And
you.
you're already at 12,918 for the current year in expenses.
And we also, and we just sent in the other one, the one that you did last night.
She
So-
requested the 13 before we got to local law 16.
Yes. Yes. And so, and I know that next year you're going to be doing more stuff with your, the comprehensive plan that you just finished up with your zoning laws and stuff like that. So that's why I thank them very much for realizing that. So that happened in our discussions. Yeah. Our preliminary discussions. Okay.
Yep.
Publication of legal notices is similar to that. We're at 38 already, 3,800 already. We are very, very strict with when we send out the legal notices and stuff. And if we could get the state to stop the newspaper lobbies, because it's the Journal News that nobody reads that charges us a fortune. So if we can get the state to stop the newspaper lobby for papers that don't even exist anymore, we could definitely save on publication of legal notices. If they let us put it out, saying that it's on our webpage, or saying that we send it out via email in the web blast or whatever, is sufficient, but the newspaper lobby is very strong still. So we still need that $4,000. Printing and postage, we only have $260 in so far this year, because I am the stingiest person on the face of the earth, but we'd like to keep that one more year before dropping it. We are pretty much paperless right now, but we just want to see it in case something happens next year. So just keep it there, and then it can go back into the budget for that. Office supplies and stuff. Again, we're pretty, but this has BAS software on it?
This has BAS software, BAS foil tracker software, general code, office supplies, minute books.
Because that's really I have to look at that, but if that's the case, we haven't paid, we might have paid last year for, we do have a BAS contract and foil tracker and stuff. So we probably don't have those in there yet.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, we might be paying them on the lag, ahead.
Right. Right.
But right, it evens out.
Right. It does even out at the end of the day.
Right.
And we do have support contracts on all that stuff. Training, schools, and education. We used $1,000 this year. We're hoping next year to send Martha up to a live school. I took a 2-week institute this summer in the office. It's tough. It's tough. Because we're an open pit office too. We don't have any, we don't have any closed offices or anything. So we want to keep that training dollars there too. And next page. And the stenographer and translating services. Our translators sit in this office. So, but in case you ever have a suit or anything that we have to hire a stenographer for, we had dropped it from 4,000 to 2,000. If it doesn't get used, it goes back into the village funds. So we'd like just to keep that as an option there.
Right, but I think, Karen, you're going to have to put this on the virtual board, because all of these couple thousands here and couple thousands there. Hi, Sue.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. We're just going to have to put some of the stuff that doesn't get used, because it's just got to bring the budget down just a tiny bit from somewhere. So we'll look at that. Tell me a little bit about that training course. That's a 2-week school where you get a certification of some sort?
Yeah, it was fabulous. It was
What's the certification in?
To become a certified clerk.
Oh, okay. And they don't do that like on a Zoom or remotely? It's only in person?
No, I took the 2-week course on a Zoom. It was
great.
But you had to show your face the entire time. You couldn't.
Oh, okay. I didn't understand when you said the face.
No, and I'm hoping to send to Martha. Part of going to some of these classes, not to that 2-week school or anything, but to send her to some things next year, because when you're interacting and networking with other clerks and stuff is important. It's similar to when you guys go to the Council of Mayors or something like that. It's important that people meet each other, because you can get lots of good ideas from other people and how they're using software and stuff. So, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
All right.
As long as it stays in New York, then it's okay.
Oh, no, it's always in New York.
Yeah.
We never leave New York. We don't leave New York, yeah. But I will point out that institute that I did for 2 weeks was fabulous. And if we can get other people to do it, I'll send you guys some of the packages that came out of it and stuff. And then the intermunicipal contractual agreement, it doesn't mean it is the 2022 number, right, Dale?
That's correct.
Yeah.
In 2021, we had an additional 7,000 in for the desks
Right.
in there for the office.
Right.
Plus the retirement system rate came in lower,
Right.
which is bringing down the blended rate for next year. So that offset the adjustments that were coming in higher in salary and that kind of stuff. So this is the 2022 calculated number.
Right. We talk about this number a lot, Dale and I. So. But it is the right number. The salary of the clerk was brought up to a much more responsible number this year. So since it's two completely unique municipalities that we're dealing with. Okay. Any other questions on that so far? Pretty cut and dry.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So the next page is the revenues for the clerk.
Right. So the fire department, the first one being the fire department badges and firehouse house events. We put $900. We didn't see that this year because of the fact that there were very few events at the firehouses, and they didn't really get that many volunteers because with COVID and stuff. I'm sure that's the reason, but I'm sure that we'll reach that number again in a more normal circumstances.
Taxi? Okay, I'm going to, give me 1 second.
What is he? Excuse me 1 second.
Sue, are you in the office? Because we're hearing the background.
I'm always in the office.
Taxi license right now, it will, hold on, it will
Okay.
only be good for November,
Okay.
December.
I apologize that you're hearing that noise, but that's, we work in a.
That's all right.
Tax,
That's,
like,
it's fine.
Yeah,
We'll be able to
and
have it for
everybody's
next
down here,
year
as you
at
know.
full $145.
So then health records, public health fees, which is birth and death certificate copies. We're in the process of making sure right now, we believe in the village of Austin, birth and death record copies are only for prior to, there'll be genealogy reports. And 1955, the hospital closed here, so we don't have very many births here as it is.
That's robbery.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna put you on mute for 1 second,
At the
okay?
beginning of the year. So, I mean, that's again, that's up to you if you would like to do that.
But if I want the paperwork to be
Yeah, so.
It's gonna
we don't have
change.
it yet for 2022.
Sorry about that, folks.
so I can't get it.
So right now, no, if you want it for 2022. At the
Okay.
145 price, we don't have it
So,
open yet. We'll have it open. probably in the beginning of December.
That's health department fees, but we do get quite a few genealogy requests right now. We go back to 1881 in our files, so anything that is due to the village, we put into the village accounts.
Sue?
Yeah.
Hi, Dana. Do people pay a fee for genealogy?
Yeah, they pay a fee for genealogy. It's $50 for us to do the research and get see if and get them a copy of the report. That is significantly cheaper than what the state charges them to do a genealogy. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. If it's back, we have to hand type in all of the birth and death certificates.
And there's a big interest in genealogy right now, so.
There is.
Well, if our historian keeps running around to our schools, there's gonna be a rush on genealogy.
worse in volume. It's only gonna get worse.
Oh, I should be over here. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my screen here. So that's that. So we believe we will hit that $1,000 mark in 2000. I'm also being much more critical as to what lines, so it's easier for finance to, when our cash reports go up, that everything gets put on the right line. It all is in the village, but you know, we're all working together on that. Train station, our lovely train station. We have already started, if you saw your monthly report, you already have over $20,000 in for the 2022 train stations. We have sent out all our reminders and everything is done online.
When you guys take my money and I said I get disapproved, you guys give my money back? Or you guys
So, well, you might as well know what goes on here every single day, so, all day long. So anyway, we do think that we will reach the 280,000 for 2022. We will not reach it for this year. We did expect people to go back earlier. We knew we were going to have the second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth waves of COVID. We do have a lot of new people that are interested in getting their train station passes. So we would like to leave that at $280,000 as a revenue. Muni lot parking, $90,000. That is not a calendar year item, that rotates. So if you get a 3-year, Martha, could you just go up to the desk and talk to her for me? Thanks. So if you get a 3-month tag now, it would go until January of next year. That's a rotating thing. So we do that one as they come in. Business licenses, this is, we do our favorite. We're fully in charge, except for discipline of the taxi companies now. So that's always interesting. So we have the new taxis. We are down to, at one point we're at 30 taxi companies with over 100 drivers. We're down to about 50 drivers now with 13 to 15 companies. We are going to hopefully go through the companies so that we can make sure that they do their job. And we expect more we expect more fairs to happen next year. We haven't had any fairs, and bell jar and laundromat. We already had sent out all our renewals for our 9 laundromats we have. 7 laundromats we have, and we already started getting the response back.
What's bell jar?
Bell jar is if you do a raffle. So like the gentleman in the American Legions always get a bell jar license for the year because they do raffles. So that's what that's for. And this year we didn't have any casinos or anything at St. Anne's or at St. Augustine's. So.
Well, how do you know that?
Because because people were there and they didn't have it. And they're you know, I guess we could have the police go and check, but they didn't have it this year. They only had, they only did partially things, and St. Anne's did a totally different thing than their usual 1-week carnival, and St. Augustine's only did 2 days of it, and neither of them had casinos. Fire alarm fees. This has been a disappointment this year. One of the things that we're in the middle of right now is just to really looking at the fire. It's if you have an alarm in your house or in your business, you should have a license for it. I don't know if we have the laws or the policy, the laws to back it up so that the police can actually do something if you don't have one. The town is a little bit stricter. We are taking over the town alarm fees, and I'd like to we have already started sitting with Assistant Manager Maddie and Stuart and stuff, and looking at how we can tighten up the alarm so we can get people to pay it. Also, I don't think people paid it this year because they were home.
Can I ask a question? Is that I'm looking at fire department? Oh, that's badges. Whatever the fee is, how is that broken down by house? It's a household number. Do we have a a rough number of how many households are actually saying, yeah, we have the fire alarm fee? Just,
I don't have it in front of me.
no, I'm just
But,
saying. So
yeah.
what's it, 100, what is it, $50?
$50, right, Martha?
Okay.
70 for a new one and 50 for,
75 for commercial and 50 for residential for new ones.
75 for commercial, 50 for residential for new ones.
So we know that number doesn't even come close.
Right.
To what's actually out there. I paid
Oh,
mine.
no.
I paid
No, no,
mine.
no. It's up there with, and you guys don't deal with dog licenses. We did a dog census. You would be shocked how many more dogs. Well,
No,
we
I
knew
know,
there was
I
a
know.
million more dogs.
I
Okay.
do agree though, that in whatever you want to do moving forward, as far as tightening up the rein a little bit, I
Yeah.
agree 100%.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So that's something we'll be working on. I'm sorry.
I'd be curious to find out, whenever you guys bring this up in front of the board, I guess, when you say the police department, and I guess I would like to hear from Kevin at that point, how will they enforce this? Because, you can have an alarm, but no one will know, because a lot of those are wireless. So if you have a wireless, I'm talking about a home residential, sure.
Well, that's
No, they're wireless, but they're going to a command center. And if
Well-
they're responding to an alarm, they're not coming in saying, oh, do you have a permit? They're
Some of
responding.
them, no, but some of them you don't have to.
Right.
Again, I don't want to keep in that discussion right now, but I'd be curious to see how the police will enforce that.
Well, that's part of the problem. Part of the problem is if you do a ring alarm or something like that, that goes back to your cell phone and says you're being A, broken into, or B, have a fire in your house, and you don't go to a central location. Our village law at this point does not require you to get an alarm license, a fee,
And
So that's what we really have to look at it. We have to look at the one that the town, I'd like to get to a point where the town and the village on something like alarms is very similar, so that nobody gets confused to either. So I
I'm
know
just
that,
curious about the enforcement portion.
yeah,
I'm
okay.
okay with the concept.
Okay. Okay, so that.
On the virtual board.
Way at the bottom, though. Okay. And that is the clerk. Right? Did I skip anything?
Nope, that is all you.
That's my clerk. Now, fee schedule. Okay. I don't believe that this is the time of year, the time that we should be doing too much on the fee schedule, especially as far as parking is concerned and stuff like that. But I want you to see items such as on page 2. If you go to page 2, laundromats, they pay $30 a machine. That's a nice bit of revenue to bring in, and they have no problems paying that either. So that we just got our first laundromat in. We have 7 of them in the village of Ossining. So, and everybody pays it. Now, what we have never done before, one above it, is the dry cleaning. I have no licenses from dry cleaning, so it's something we're looking at all the fees this year. Now that we have it under control, that we're not doing paperwork on each train station ticket and stuff like that, that we can move those through very electronically. We can go back and look at all the other stuff that might have fallen through the cracks over the years, simply because it was just so much work to do. So I don't know how many, I just want to talk about domestic animals. What is a domestic animal besides a dog? What is it?
Cat.
Cat? Oh my God, I hope not.
Farm animals?
I would guess that, I'm not sure what a domestic
Chickens.
animals.
Chickens.
Chickens?
Oh, God.
Anyway,
You'll-
there is some, when you read through the fee schedule, there's been a lot of cleaning up that's been done on it, but there's still more to be done.
Sue, quick question. Day permits for, like, I know they don't pull them, but these clowns that come to the parades with their carts.
Well, they do. Some of them do.
Yeah, what is the fee on that?
That's $25 for the day. And The balloon man actually did it this year. He actually got a permit. And, you know, the police do go up to them and ask them if they have their permit. So if you,
I think I'd like to see that increased, to be honest with you, but
$25 per day.
I'd like to see it more than that. That's my opinion. I don't know nobody else feels. I just, you know, that's a gift.
Well, you know,
are we doing discussions now about the fees, or is that a separate discussion? What's happening here?
That's a separate, we do have a separate time for the fee schedule.
Okay, so if we have a separate time, Bob, you could either sort of take a picture, circle what you want to increase to when, so we don't have to keep going back and forth. Should be 30, should be, because one thing is, do you increase or decrease? Then comes by how much, and sometimes
No,
spend a lot of time. So
all I did was make a point. That's all I did.
No. What I'm
I
saying
didn't throw any
is
numbers out there.
No, it's a good point. And what I'm saying is it'll go really smoothly when we go back to the fees if you just make a list, and we'll all have lists. And some of us will say, I'm fine with it as is. And some will say, no, I want this to go up. I want this to go down. And I just know in the past, we've spent a lot of time. So let's put it all in one place, because we're going to have a totally separate, right? Is a part of the budget thing is the fees, Karen? Or is it in a separate date altogether, the fees?
Yeah, we have a separate time. I'm just looking now. Dale, do you have it?
It's November 11th and 6:30 to 8 p.m. It's part of the final review, capital projects and fee schedule.
Right, so I'm just suggesting to everybody, because now that you mentioned it, Bob, we could ask like Sue what she thinks about different things while we're with her, make some notes, and then just sort of think to ourselves, mull it over and come in and say, this is what I think should happen on the fees. I think it'll be just a cleaner thing. Sue, do you have any opinion about what fees should go up?
Well, I have, I don't know if you have discussed this at all, but I would like to suggest that our taxi drivers get more money.
Pay more money, not give them more money.
No. They got, so they go from $4.75 to $6 for a trip.
And what are you saying? What are you saying? You wanted to go up to 6? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Up to 4 total passengers.
Going to the same place, not being dropped off in all different places. Right. So let me just explain to you what we did do to the to the taxi industry in Austin a few years ago. And this is one of the reasons that you have so many less companies and stuff, is that at one point it used to be $350 for all your cars in your company. So that's why Equa got so big and everything. And then the guy that has the one car, or we have a lot of 2-car operations, they were paying the same price that Equa was. A few years back, you changed it to be $350, right, for a medallion? $350 for the medallion. And yeah, I know, it's like beaten into my brain, for each car. So that is already charging. So somebody that has, I'm going to take, for example, Mommy's Taxi. She has 2 cars. She's excellent. She has 2 cars. And so she has to pay us $350 per car and $35 for the police department to do their inspection. Plus she has to go to a gas station and have a special inspection done too. And then each driver pays $145 right now for their taxi driving license. So, so she's paying that, but she also has to pay close to $7,000 in car insurance because she's a taxi. It's totally different than a regular car. So they have been living with $4.75. That's just an example. There's other companies that have 2 and 3 drivers, and then we have Equa. They have been getting $4.75 for approximately, I believe, all 15 years that I think I've been involved in this. It's been $4.75 and never gotten an increase. So we'd like to see that that they get an increase this year, and it will help us get more reputable people as taxi drivers. We're in the process now of working with the police department because there are people driving around that are not taxis. If you see an Austin taxi, they have to have their logo on the door. They have to have the rate on the door. They have to have the number on the car. And if you look in the window, they should have their license, which is a placard that sits on the passenger side. So we'd like to encourage them to do better, to buy better cars. Maybe they can invest in their fleet a little bit, because some of them leave a little bit to be desired, and see if we can't do that.
Sue, I'm sorry to interrupt. We actually did like an analysis. So we reached out to the Managers Association to see what other communities were doing. And of the ones that responded, some of them have things with zones, based on how large they are. But 475 was definitely at the low end of the spectrum. And also in light of the fact that gas prices have gone up, that was why some communities decided that they were going to do a tiered structure. So 475 is quite low compared to our neighbors.
Right. Thank you, Matt. And thank you for doing that study too. So we'd like you to consider that. It can be talked about on that November 11th date, again, if you choose to. But we just want to put it out there that if you look through this fee schedule, you'll see blue highlighted things that's the changes that people have been approaching the management with already.
So, and can I piggyback on that, though, Sue? Thank
Yeah.
you, because this is something that this is not just this year. My recollection, they have brought up this issue, I want to say 5 years ago, actually.
10 years ago. 10 years ago.
But so I guess we can, this is something, and it's a good time, I guess, if we wanted to consider doing that. There's a little bit of a complexity on this end as well, because they also serve the town of Austin. And there's a seniors voucher program as well. So it's not just us changing one thing. One thing needs to be coordinated with three other items, and it needs to be coordinated with the town of Austin as well. So they can change their rate. So it's not just us talking about it. It's actually us talking about it, agreeing on something, and coordinating with the town as well, and with everything else that comes within a package. So just this is an overall that I think points that it needs to be.
We've already done some of that analysis too. That because we do we have to work with senior nutrition program on the we're coming out with a whole new coupon system there, because again, we have certain taxi drivers that think it's okay to kidnap our seniors. It's an ongoing thing. This is I would say taxi cabs take 10 to 15% of our time. So, but it's okay, because everybody's getting to know each other and and we have great cooperation with the police department on it. So, but yes, we do have to coordinate with the town, and we have to look at what they get from either the county or the state as far as funding for those coupons, and what they would have to increase their budget for it. Right now, they spend about $30,000 on senior coupons. What they do is you get a coupon. Right now, the senior pays $1.75, and the town reimburses the rest of the money back to. I thought you were calling me. Back to they pay the cab driver when they turn in their coupons. There's a lot of issues with the whole program. The guys hold on to the coupons for a year, and then it's a mess. So we have all these new stipulations and rules going into that side of it too. And the good part of it is that we do the town and the village, so it helps us on both our fee schedules with here. So yes, we do understand that is a consequence. It has to be taken into consideration. Thank you for bringing it up. Okay, but it's something that we can talk about. But just like they just heard that gentleman who taxis run on a calendar year, the first or second, depending on when New Year's is, the first or second Saturday in January, we will have all the taxi companies here, all the taxi drivers here signing up for the new year. The only year that didn't happen was 2020, because we did the drivers, and then all hell broke loose with the pandemic. So. And those guys lost a ton of money during that pandemic too. Guys and gals, by the way. When I say guys, I mean guys and gals, because we have both. Okay. So I just want you to look, and also in here, we will be participating in your tow truck operators permit and stuff. So we'll be working on that, putting that together for 2022 too. I believe that's page 11 of the fee schedule. Okay. And I think that do we have anything else here? Sewer rates is not me, thank God. Water rates is not me. I think that that's, yeah, taxi payable. But I want to thank everybody, especially Maddie, who has worked very hard on doing some analysis for us on this.
Thank you, Sue. Does anybody have any final questions for Sue?
Something, Justin, anything else on me?
Nope.
I'm probably your
Anybody?
I'm probably your easiest department.
Yeah. This one actually gets here when we discuss the fees and stuff.
Right.
Anybody else have any questions?
No, it's just cash.
Okay.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you,
Well, thank
Sue.
you very much. Thank
Thanks,
you very
Sue.
much. Okay. Have a great day.
Thanks, Sue.
So we're at 3:36. Our next meeting is at 4. Bob, I don't know, do you think the Chiefs would want to go earlier?
Let me give Scott a call.
Okay.
What's going on, Sue?
I'm trying to get out of this meeting. My mouse is not cooperating. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, Karen disappeared.
I'm still here. I was just going to get some water, but
I was going to say, do we maybe want to, if they cannot come early, try to get IT done?
that was my next suggestion. So
Okay.
I'll wait.
They are good to go at 3:45.
So why don't we bring them on, and maybe we can get Bill and Mike back earlier, and if we have time and everybody's up for it, we can do IT at the end.
If they're on it, when are they going to available? At 4:45, you said, or 3:45?
3:45 in 7 minutes.
That's like 7 minutes, Karen.
Yeah, I don't think we can do IT in 7 minutes.
Can't do anything in 7 minutes.
Right.
I can go to the bathroom in 7 minutes.
Thank you, Bob.
So we're going
You
to
know-
take a brief 7-minute break for, I think it's enough time for maybe make a cup of coffee or tea or
Yeah.
something else, and then we'll start, and hopefully we'll be able to still wrap up before 6 and get
Okay.
everything done. So
Fantastic.
All right, bye.
Hi, is everybody back?
Yep.
Okay. Hello, Scott, is it just you from the fire department?
Yeah, Mike and Lewis are on their way for 4. Mike's wasn't gonna get here till late anyway, so I mean, we can move forward if you want to get going, it's not a problem.
Okay,
I can fill them in, well, we've already talked, so
well, it's all being recorded. They can also look at it after the fact.
that's fine. How's everybody doing?
Yeah, it's all it's on Zoom, so it's all just being recorded, the entire everything.
Okay,
All right.
yeah,
Hi, Chief.
Okay.
how are you?
All right.
Good.
I'm going to bring your budget up on the screen. I'm going to remember to blow it up so everybody can see. And we are taking notes and adding it to a whiteboard for items that are just notations, follow-up, anything of that nature.
Okay.
Okay.
Lock this up, but leave it open.
All right.
Leave the back open.
All right, so your first line is your salary line. That is just at a 2.5% in accordance with the contract for CSCA increase amount. You have a small amount in for part-time. That's for cleaning your houses. Is that correct, Scott?
Yes.
Somebody's at work outside. I can hear him go. You have 12,000 in for equipment. These are for your radios and pagers.
Correct.
And 3,200 is in for your computer equipment, and that includes your reporting software.
That, and I think we also put emergency reporting under that line.
Great. Then the next line is
Dale, I just have
Yeah.
a question, and I
Sure.
can't move the thing. There are 5 people that are paid employees on these, in this department, the 3 chiefs and the 2 dispatchers.
That's correct.
Are the dispatchers, what are they, part-timers, session, what are they?
Full-time. They work every other week. So in other words, Mike's on this week. He'll work Monday through Friday. Then Donnie comes on Monday. Mike goes off. Donnie works Monday through Friday. They get paid for, they usually here about 7:30 and stay till 4:30 every day.
All right, so between them, they actually combine. Okay.
Yes.
On and off. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Great.
Sorry, Dale, go ahead.
No, that's okay. All right, so back to the second page. You have your coats, boots, and helmets line. So that's for all your gear. That is staying the same amount from last year. Your hose compliance line, it's your 224. I know you do this towards the end of the year, so that's why that expense is currently low.
Yes, we just did it.
Great. Your 260 line contains all your other safety equipment. All sorts of stuff in there. I don't know if you want to expand on any of that, Chief.
No, everything, it's all the stuff that we basically use all the time. Obviously gloves, Nomex hoods. Everything now is switching over to the cancer stuff. Stuff went up a little, but we've been pretty good on that line. We I don't think we ever spend the whole line anyway, so I don't think there's no need to increase. Even though the stuff's going up, we don't have to buy as much, because what we have already. So I think we're fine with that line. I don't think we need to do it. The only thing we were catching up on was the cylinders. Because remember, we were way behind on them because we had 17 that were due. But I think we kind of caught up with that this year.
What is that? Does that say scuba cylinders?
No, SCBA, that's for our breathing.
So those are the actual cylinders like I see, like that you guys wear.
Yes, and
okay.
2 years ago, we got way behind because, you know, we had so many do at one time. So over the last 2 years, we kind of caught up. We're catching up now. I think going into next year, we're good. And then we're back on track where we were. Because they're about $1,000, $1,050 a piece for the bottle.
Okay.
And they're only good for 15 years.
And could you tell me, I'm just curious, what is and I see it's being replaced, so I assume it's lived its life. What is a thermal imaging camera? What do you use that for?
Actually, that's a camera that can see in the dark to find people. We actually have one that's due now, but I didn't want to bother Dale at all this time of year. But it sees images, any image that's hotter than the human. So it'll pick up a human body. It'll pick up an animal. If you take your handprint and put it on the wall, pull it away, and we put the camera to it, we can pick it up. It also takes the temperature of the fire. It picks up if there's a fire inside of a wall or a wire that's inside of a wall. It will pick it up without us opening up all these walls and damaging.
Wow.
The camera all the time. We started only having 2 of them. I think we're up to 7 in the department now because every company should have one. It's an essential tool for firefighting. It's like having 2 other people in there with you. So it's definitely a good tool.
Right. All right. Interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next line is confined space equipment. So we've kept the budget at the 2,000, same amount for the last previous 2 years.
And we're good with that line as well. That just buys certain equipment, ropes for the confined space. So there's really no need to increase. Not like the ropes go bad every year. Confined space does buy, every once in a while, they have to buy a bottle because we have rescue bottles, they're called, for the confined space team. So we're fine. As you see, we're not even halfway through that budget yet. I think we have 2 things ordered, but we won't come to that total either this year.
Okay, no problem. Let's keep going.
Great. Next page is your utilities, telephone, internet. We did increase that a little bit, so it's more in line with previous years. Electricity, heat, unleaded and diesel. I did a global calculation for all the departments, so you'll see changes in the recommended amounts for those lines. Office and supplies expense, he's keeping at the same amount as prior years. Professional dues and meetings.
Dale?
Yes.
I know that what you do is you look at previous, but last 2 to 3 years, the heat thing seems a little high considering they never hit the numbers. Well, maybe they do in 29.
Right.
Yeah, I guess they do. All right, let's keep.
Yeah, and with current costs factored in, I project.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. I was looking at the wrong line.
No, that's all right. Office and supplies expense, you should be right in line. Professional dues and meetings. Vehicle operating expenses. So that's just your standard everyday expenses that occur with the vehicles. Materials and supplies, we're keeping steady at the same 12,000 as for 2021. And then abrasives and chemicals, we're keeping at 3,000. We have maintenance of fire alarm, no increase there. Standby expenses stands the same. Radio repairs as well, no change. Physician fees, so these expenses will come in also towards the end of the year. Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, I think Stanley just got a load of them. They get sent the statement, so we're in the process of getting them on invoices, individual, so we could voucher it. That we're not going to come close to hitting that number this year. With everything that went on with COVID and everything, we'll be fine with that line. We're definitely going to spend some of it, but we're not going to come to the 6,000.
Great. Rental of property. So these are for the 2 houses.
What does that mean actually? Who's paying rent here?
This is for Steamer and Independent. or the village paying for the lease agreements. I know one of them will be up. I put it over here to the left. That one's going to expire end of March of 2022. There is a new lease for independent, although I'm not sure we've gotten the signed one back for that one when I was.
We have not.
Okay. With Stuart on that. Maintenance and repair to buildings and grounds. We seem to be holding okay so far this year, so that's fabulous. And then your uniform line, Chief?
Yes, that's for clergy, like when we get we're not spending nothing on that. We might spend a couple dollars because that's when we have to buy stuff either for the